It's my show, ding dong. It's my show, ding dong.
Hello! It's June 18th, 2025. I'm Left Hand Stu. We're back. We're all still here. How does this the one time? I think it's just the one. It's a little. This is the one time where it's almost too real for Tom Lehrer. It's almost too real for we'll all burn together because we might actually. It's not really a joke anymore.
Which is guaranteed to cheer you up. When you attend a funeral, it is sad to think that sooner or later those who love will do the same for you. And you may have thought it tragic, not to mention other adjectives, to think of all the weeping they will do.
But don't you worry.
No more ashes, no more sackcloth, and an armband made of black cloth will someday never more adorn
your sleeve.
For if the
Bombs that rapes on you kills your friends and neighbors too.
there'll
Be no one left behind to grieve. We will all burrow together when we go.
What a comforting fact that is to know. Universal bereavement and inspiring achievement. Yes, we all will go together
When we go. Yes, we'll all burn together when we go.
All suffused with an incandescent glow. No one will have the endurance to.
Alright, maybe a little bit too real right now. But we've got a lot of stuff on the docket today. Doug Ford popping off. Just not making a lot of friends right now with his latest comments. Let's see if we can find it. Somebody's got to have it. I don't think this is it.
Going one step further.
No. That was when he said we were not doing Starlink anymore. Oh, yeah. This isn't the video, though. Yeah, well, he got 1 point for that. 1 point up for calling Tim Waltz before Trump did. But definitely a down on this one. So this was Premier Doug Ford to First Nations today in their opposition to his Bill 5. Conveniently, the government's, or the Ontario government's version of the federal Bill C5. But his quote is, there's going to come a point, there's going to... Maybe there's a word missing here. There's going to a point where you can't just keep coming hat in hand all the time to the government. You got to be able to take care of yourselves. 4 points to gold mines and critical mines. You're saying, no, I don't want to touch that. By the way, give me money. Not going to happen, for it says. Who says him and Pierre Poilievre don't have anything in common? Because that was my first thought. It's like, that's almost like a paraphrase of the comments Poilievre made, depending on your perspective, not that long ago, and had to apologize because it was right before Harper's historic apology for residential schools. What was it that Poilievre said exactly? residential Oh, it's 2008 still. And this was the day before Harper delivered a public formal apology on behalf of Canada to former students of residential school program. For telling so Polyev came under heavy criticism for telling CFRA News Talk Radio that he wasn't sure Canada was getting value for all this money being spent to compensate former students of federally financed residential schools. My view is that we need to engender the values of hard work and independence and self-reliance. That's the solution in the long run. More money will not solve it. In the same vein of, we're giving you all this money and you're just so ungrateful. Not going over well, as you can imagine. You know what also didn't go over well? That Jenny Byrne tweet. I think it was Greg beat me to it, but he was like, when you're so angry at Carney that you forget Edmonton is in what was his actual tweet? Oh yeah, and they found this little girl. Just fantastic news. She was just walking alone on the side of the 417, and they just spotted her with drones. So that's good news at the very least. Oh yeah, here it is. So, like right after the Oilers lost, and in fairness, I can't really talk because I put out that tweet where I was like, at least the Leafs went to Game 7 with the Panthers, and I was just defending the Leafs. I was like, the Panthers went to the finals. They win. They get that's. I'm conceding that. I'm just saying that people were shit talking the Leafs, so I just made a little comment. I'll take it, but. It was like, so it's like posted this right after they lost. And it's like, yeah, so it's like that thing where you're so blinded by hatred of Carney that you forget Edmonton is in Alberta. Like, where I think nearly half of, like, how many, like, let's just look at this. How many liberal or conservative MPs are in Alberta? Members of Parliament. So they got 143 MPs right now. How many are in Alberta? Where is it? 33. So what is that like that's not a third. Maybe about a quarter? Would that work out to? No. Less than a quarter. 143, so wait. 33 divided. I thought they had more in Alberta. Could have sworn they had more. Whatever. 33 divided by 143. Yeah, just 0.23. So just shy of a quarter of their entire caucus in Alberta. And Alberta's team, or at least the Alberta's team that was still in the playoffs, just lost. So maybe. Also, is this the people fighting over the Modi stuff? Oh no. Oh no. I just saw the first words of that, and I'm already like, what is that? I don't need to agree with Jenny Byrne or politics to say this. You don't get to call women who've actually made their mark in politics the B word. Come for one of us, you come for all of us. We've earned our place. You're just shouting from the basement covered in Dorito dust. Jenny Byrne focused on winning elections and not winning Twitter, and the fact that she thought clowning on Carney and the Oilers tonight did anything other than make her look like you. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm on Sharon's side here. What are you doing, Evan? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, put aside just my personal feelings, where it's just like, don't. But let's do the nakedly, like, cynical, strategic, game this out thing. How do you think that's gonna go? Where everyone's like, we're like the consensus. You're like, you know what? You're right. She is being a B word. No, it's not. That's not gonna happen. You become the bad guy immediately. No matter how correct the rest of your point is. Call Jenny a B word. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even, like, obviously I wasn't going to, I don't want to, but I'm not even going to say the word. I'm going to say the B word. That's how much I'm staying away from that. Fully, like, I don't know, reinforce, but like a +1 to this. No, I'm just gonna like it. That's what that button is for. Because it's like, what are you doing, Evan? It's too, like, it's funny that she brings up the Dorito chip, because I'm like, that's too much dip on your chip, Evan. Too much dip. Yeah. It's like, come on. All right. Yeah. So currently, because I forgot what I was about to jump to. So we've got the transport committee. It's still ongoing. They're supposed to sit till 7 tonight, or no, midnight tonight. Sorry, not 7. For clause by clause to try and get this bill C5 passed, or at least get it through committee so that they can pass it for Friday. So we'll see.
Minister Freeland, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, merci, Monsieur le Président. Canada. U.S. tariffs are battering our country and are threatening to push the world economy into a recession. Hardworking Canadians are losing their jobs, businesses are losing their customers, and investors are holding back. That is why it is so essential for us to press ahead with a project that costs nothing and can be accomplished at the stroke of a pen, delivering free trade in Canada. Parce que, en bout de ligne, la décision de bâtir une économie canadienne unie.
The delicious steak trusted.
I think we might just skip through the opening statements, because it's like, if you've listened to any of this before, you've heard it 100 times.
The Aboriginal and treaty rights.
And it's just going to be a lot of platitudes and talking points.
Could you please
So we're going to skip
in this historic bill
right past the appetizers and right into the main course.
$5 billion to economic power.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Minister.
All right, there we go.
6 hours. We appreciate it. No?
Yeah, I don't think.
Begin with here, guys. You can smile here. So conservatives agree directionally that, of course, we need national projects built. We need the elimination of interprovincial trade barriers. In fact, over the last 10 years, the old Liberal government was very much against that, we felt. We are glad that the new government appears at least open and directionally. But we do have some concerns, particularly on the ethics, accountability, and transparency side. And I'll start by referencing sections 21, 22, and 23 of the Building Canada Act. When these sections are combined together, what they have the ability to do is give a minister the ability to exempt any national project from any piece of legislation passed since 1867, with the exception of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Given that, and given the fact that the Prime Minister worked for one of the largest constructions and manufacturers of national projects, of infrastructure in Canada and perhaps in the world, in Brookfield, could you please identify to us the screens that we put in place to make sure that we don't have conflicts of interest or other lobbying concerns?
Well, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could, and thank you for the question, Mr. Lawrence. It's a good question. And you're right when you identified the operation of those particular sections. In no discussions that I was in or that I participated in was exempting requirements under the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Act, for example, would be a piece of legislation that obviously you're referring to. As the minister who would be designated as responsible for this act, I can't imagine that in the course of my recommendation to Cabinet, that would be the kind of exemption that we're looking at. But I'm obviously would, in any circumstance, be governed by the advice that we would get from officials from the Privy Council office and the ethics commissioner in those circumstances. I get the hypothetical question you're asking, and I've seen you and your colleagues raise these concerns in different fora elsewhere. I just think it feels very hypothetical that we would be approving a national project and look to exempt responsibilities of any member of parliament or public office holder, member of cabinet from the ethics obligations. I wouldn't ever do that myself. I wouldn't go to cabinet with that kind of recommendation, but I take your point.
Thank you, Minister. Well, I would follow the old Ronald Reagan quote of the "I trust but verify," and it is striking that the way that 21, 22, and 23 work together in the Building Canada is literally any legislation can be exempt, including the.
This is the so-called King Charles King Henry VIII law, which is basically just like if a project's been designated in the national public interest and they come across like a federal law that would hold it back, they can just decide to exempt that project from federal law.
Income Tax Act, the Criminal Code, and while I certainly want to trust, I would also like to verify. So my question would you be open to an amendment that would restrict that to prevent exemption from the Conflict of Interest Act and other acts?
Again, Mr. Lawrence, thank you for the question.
I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't say in the act criminal code, but it doesn't not say criminal code. That's right. Where it says it says basically any federal law, which under the plain technical reading of the bill as of now, there's nothing that says that can't include criminal code laws. That's redundant. Criminal law, the criminal code could, but that's a hypothetical, and I want to say very doubtful that would ever happen. But that's what he's meaning by trust but verify. Sure, I'll believe that that's probably not something you intend to do, but can we just have that in writing, please?
City clerk, because as I say, it is a good question, and I wouldn't want to leave an impression that is inaccurate. And perhaps Chris Fox could add something if, in my explanation, it's not as precise as it should be. There are limits in terms of what acts or what exemptions could be issued. In Part 1, it talks about Acts of Parliament, Fisheries Act, Indian Act, International River Improvements Act, National Capital Act, Navigable Waters Protection Act, Migratory Birds Convention Act. It doesn't speak of some of the ethics obligations, the criminal code.
If I could
It speaks, but and again, because your question is a good one, I don't. Yeah. I've hypothetical question. We're going to approve or designate a project and exempt it from the Criminal Code of Canada. Doesn't feel like. I just don't. What doesn't seem like a legitimate line of questioning.
No,
but that's the thing where it's like it's not specified when it's sort of when you read it, it's like it doesn't make it explicitly clear that isn't part of it.
I appreciate that, but the act actually says in 21 you can add other acts to it, which means you could, in theory, add the criminal code. I'm not saying you would, Minister. I'm saying that the possibility there too exists, and we have seen in the old Liberal government that we've seen some ethical lapses, and so I know, shocking, and so we would be looking for an amendment to make sure, and specifically, like I said, the Prime Minister, of course, worked for one of the largest ran one of the largest infrastructure companies in the world, and so putting those screens in place, I think, are incredibly important. Would you have any?
Is that loud enough?
How the Prime Minister screens might be put in place to make sure we don't have conflicts of interest?
turn it up a little bit.
The Prime Minister has answered the questions, and the Ethics Commissioner's office is able to talk about all the screens that are appropriately in place to ensure that there is, in fact, no conflict of interest or appearance thereof. I'm not sure that any of us are going to speak to those specific ethics provisions, but perhaps Sarah, can you add something?
Yes, just on the controls that are in place with relation to 21-22. So yes, on the recommendation of the designated minister, the GIC could add acts and regulations. That's needs to be done with respect to the purpose of the act, which is to advance national interest projects, provide environmental protection, respect Indigenous rights. So it needs to be in keeping with the purpose of the act, first of all. And then the regulations under Section 22 would need to actually be on the recommendation of the minister responsible for each of those acts. So the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, if modifications were being made to the application of the Fisheries Act. So that's another control that's in place.
Thank you.
They're also subject to Statutory Instruments Act regulatory process.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson, and thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Next line of questioning will come from MP Nguyen. The floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. Thank you to our colleagues for joining us today. I wanted to ask a question to Minister Freeland. We know that this is clearly a time when we need to be building for Canada, and that that is what this bill is trying to achieve in terms of our objectives, in terms of strengthening trade corridors and accelerating those nation-building projects. Can you speak to how these could improve our transportation infrastructure and investments? In my riding of Spadina Harbourfront, we've got Union Station and Toronto Island Airport. I'd love to hear more details about how this may open up opportunities for our country as we do that building.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and congratulations on your election and on joining us here in this House and in this. I'm in all seriousness for having championed this issue. He was absolutely. You need Canadian women had been fighting for it, but it is now, and that's great. Thank you.
We don't have time for friendly fire questions.
Specific question each one of barriers, constituents, building province checks, checks now for our city, the country, working with created by this legislation
and UNDRIP. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm hoping that you can help me.
Okay, this is a better question.
Sit with the legislation, and is there one that's more powerful? If you could help me understand as a layperson, that would be really great. Either Minister Alty or Minister LeBlanc, please.
Thank you. Yes, the Constitution, ultimately. And so there's a number of not only clauses in this legislation, but there's pieces of legislation out. So, for example, the Constitution. The other one I mentioned is the Interpretation Act. That's Bill S13, which is about all legislation has to be interpreted in a way that upholds and does not diminish Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed in Section 35. In the Act itself, I would touch on not only in the preamble but also in the body of the legislation. It requires the government to consult with Section 35 rights holders in the selection of projects, as well as the process of approving, as well as the process of actually removing a project if it's deemed necessary. So that's Section 5.7, Section 7.2, Section 8.3. Again, we're also committed to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And outside of the legislation, there's a number of things that we're looking to do, setting up a major projects office with an Indigenous Advisory Council, having funding for capacity so that Indigenous governments can meaningfully participate from start to finish, as well as the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. Again, we want to see projects that are advancing Indigenous interests.
Thank you very much, Minister. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Barcelou Duval. À vous la parole.
Next, Mr. Barcelou Duval for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. I thank the ministers for joining us today. This bill is incredibly important. I think it's really a shame that we don't have the opportunity to properly, thoroughly study the bill. There are countless people who would have liked to testify today, but who will not be able to. And we will not
Assembly of First Nations, I believe, not very happy.
It warrants. The government is acting with a sense of urgency, I believe. Otherwise, the government wouldn't be proceeding quite so quickly. First question, is this not a disguised version of the Emergency Measures Act? That's what a constitutionalist wondered yesterday, and wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Don't we already have the Emergency Measures
Thank you,
Act?
Mr. Chair, and through you, I thank the Bloc Québécois member for his question. I don't share that interpretation of the situation. The Emergency Act is only applied when there are specific legal conditions met. I participated in deciding to invoke the Emergency Act the last time, and I'm proud of the decision we made. It was the right one. It all depends on the context. Now, during the campaign, this was discussed, and we also discussed it in Kananaskis. Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, but I was going to describe the situation of emergency or urgence. You said that this is not akin to the emergency.
Did anyone pay attention to this
Next
Karen
question,
Reid trial?
then.
Because people keep sending me like messages, like videos about it. It's like I didn't even know this was going on. I was like completely unaware of this whole trial.
There's a sunset clause.
Like that, the name rings
5
a
years
bell,
will
but it's
no
like
longer be able to
I have
apply.
no memory of
So
this
you're
place.
granting that power, and you're allowing people to flout basically any existing legislation. So if things are not urgent, then why are we granting such extraordinary powers? Answer: you interrupted me when I was trying
Jesus.
to explain why this is urgent. This is urgent from an economic standpoint. There is a great deal of threat from the United States. During the campaign, we often discussed how important it is to build nation-building projects which are deemed to be in the national interest. We discussed that with provincial and territorial premiers at our recent meeting in Saskatoon. We need to move to take actions to take action to diversify international trade. We also need to expand clean energy, and the government of Quebec. That's the context. That's why it's urgent. Question: but are you not taking this notion of urgent or
So you're really good at
emergency
making an
situation
entrance,
a bit
Katie,
too
and that's what
far?
I appreciate.
Riendies!
In other countries, people are going too far.
Ryan's just subscribed.
34 months, damn!
Hey.
That's what I appreciate about you. Welcome back. How's it going, Riendies? How's your day going?
We don't want the Emergency Measures Act to be invoked
Good,
left,
good.
right, and center. We
Back
want
on the
that to
stream
be
thing?
trend. Is that what you're doing? Answer: no.
First
that's
3
not
weeks
what
of
we're doing.
July, I have vacation, so I'm
We
excited.
cannot compare this legislation to a White House
That's good.
presidential order. That's an inaccurate comparison.
Anything new and exciting happening?
You can see things however you see fit, but I disagree. Question: now you are granting people the authority to approve projects based on consultations. They might be phony or sham consultations. There won't be any criteria for you to
so
use
excited.
to approve projects, because the criteria will just be suggestions. They won't be mandatory. And you will be the ones to choose the conditions that projects will be submitted to. Answer: I will
Oh, yeah.
correct you.
It's getting spicy
necessarily. You
down
said
there.
There are no criteria for the selection of national interest projects. Well, my colleague did enumerate the SANC criteria contained in the bill. As my colleague explained, we might some say that we might hypothetically be able to sidestep any and every existing law. That is inaccurate. If the bill passes, this will be a process. It will go through the governor and council. You are exaggerating. You're really exaggerating. Question: but
Here we
you
go.
will not be bound to respect sections 5 and 6 of the bill. Next, the Prime Minister, your party leader, promised that there would not be any projects without Quebec's explicit agreement. Your party leader promised us that during the election campaign, yet we don't see any trace of that in the bill. Do you intend to uphold that promise? Answer: I stood beside the Prime Minister
Hell yeah.
at a press
Everyone listen
conference.
to Rogan.
The press conference when he said
get those
that we won't
retweets out.
impose projects on provinces. But that's not in the bill. Would you state this explicitly, this promise, this commitment in the bill? Answer. I'm not a member of this committee. I'm happy to be here with you for 2 hours, not 6 hours, but I won't be here for clause by clause. Yes, but this is your government's legislation. This is really just crying wolf. You're saying, well,
Yes, he did.
are very urgent and we're going
He voted
consider
to
that
pass it to,
we don't
or I don't know,
know
not
about
yeah.
that.
He voted for it at second reading,
You don't
so that
often
it could go to
participate
committee.
in
But he voted against
interprovincial territorial
accelerating
meetings.
the
I
process.
was there in Saskatoon meeting with the 13 provincial and territorial premiers who were elected to represent their jurisdictions. They all decided that we needed to move in this direction. You are describing some hypothetical case which could maybe happen. Yes, hypothetical though, hypothetical. That means it could happen by government order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate it. Thanks you, ministers, for being here. And just to follow up, to conclude on what my colleague Phil Lawrence was asking. So, just is it safe to say that
Shannon
neither
Stubbs,
of the three ministers here
the,
responsible for the bill,
energy
organization
and
for general, but neither of you are aware of or have
natural
seen
resources
or
minister,
know
I believe,
about a
or not minister,
constitutional
critic.
screen in place for the Prime
Critic.
Minister? Okay, I'll just take that as a no. So let's. Now,
Sorry, these things are properly done by the Ethics Commissioner and the Deputy Clerk.
For the bill.
Ms. Fox, did you want to respond to that?
I just wanted to state quite clearly that at the Privy Council office, we are working.
Yeah, shadow minister is like a term of art.
Within the communications between the Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office, and that would.
It's sort of like it's.
Including this bill.
Thank you. So you may be aware, but that it is clear then that the ministers responsible aren't. But so Canadians will trust you.
It does. It does sound cooler.
This
100%.
This whole
We don't differentiate at the Hill Times, though. They're all just critics.
started in the election campaign with meetings with the premiers and the territorial leaders. There's been weeks since those meetings, weeks since parliaments have started. Is it possible, since there seems to be mixed messages about politicians sending listen and not, is it possible for either of the ministers to identify a single energy project, for example, that will be approved and ready for shovels in the ground in June 2027 if this law passes by this week?
So, Mr. Chair, through you, Ms. Stubbs, a very good question. Obviously, we don't want to prejudge whether Parliament will adopt this legislation. We're hopeful. And then we're also hopeful based on I sat Monday night and had dinner at a table with the Premier of Alberta and had a long conversation with the Premier of Saskatchewan. They are very enthusiastic about putting quickly before the Government of Canada projects that, in their view, and probably in our view, would meet the national interest test. So I think we're going to be very fortunate by the volume of projects that will come together quickly. But, and I think this is instructive, this isn't a federal infrastructure program as much as it's a way to expedite projects that provinces and territories, Indigenous partners, private sector proponents will want us to work on in an expedited, effective way that encourages investment decisions. So I think we'll have well more than one within the first 2 years, but you can imagine, I don't want to prejudge what will be submitted.
Yes, and certainly we Conservatives will join you in your hopes and prayers, but obviously would have liked something a little more.
Jesus.
Because of course, as you
Getting
know,
spicy.
I might suggest this is a first place for you all to stop. There are dozens of projects with real proponents spending real money, losing real time, stuck in the federal regulatory process, stuck in front of all of these various pieces of legislation and regulations that now you yourselves are identifying are barriers to getting built. That's why you're bringing in C5 to fast track these projects. I just would suggest maybe you want to start there with the real proponents of real projects stuck in front of your regulatory mess right now and give them some certainty. But to that end, can I ask you, how is it that the lack of the 2-year timeline embedded right in the legislation, including criteria and conditions that will be made behind closed doors, and then where projects will be adjudicated on an ad hoc, case-by-case basis. How do those two embedded uncertainty, not yet addressed in the bill, but we hope you'll accept some amendments in that regard, possibly give private sector investors or proponents that want to get these big major nation building projects to the benefit of all of us built? How does that lack of certainty in this bill give them certainty?
If I may, Ms. Stubbs, I want to start where Mr. Lawrence began. That a lot of us here are in violent agreement about the objective, and that we do need to get big things built faster in Canada.
Certainly,
and
because you yourself announced that in
We're all in violent agreement.
And what I would just say is that there is a contradiction between the notion that specific projects should be named right now and the path we need to take to actually get things done. This legislation, quite intentionally, is about setting a framework which is clear, which is transparent, which gives transparency to provinces, to Indigenous organizations, to business leaders. And we need to sort of go step by step. We need to have the framework, have the transparency, hopefully get the legislation passed. As my colleague has said, there are a lot of projects waiting for this. We were together in Saskatoon, we heard from the premiers. They are very, very keen, but it would be inappropriate to actually specify the projects in the legislation. The right way to do it is create a framework, be having the conversations, and then let me tell you, as soon as this is passed, we're going to be moving with alacrity.
So what would you have to say to all the projects who will not be fast-tracked or make the cut?
Sorry, Ms. Stubbs. We'll move on now to Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the ministers for being here and your testimony. I'm going to try to get questions to the three of you, so I have limited time. I'm going to start with Minister Freeland. I think you did a really good job of explaining the why this legislation in terms of eliminating federal internal trade barriers. And you talked about the what. It's impressive in terms of the potential. We could reduce costs by 15%, increase productivity by 7%, and GDP by 4%. But I think it's really important for Canadians to kind of, have a mental image of what that truly means. So hypothetically, there's a company in Cape Breton. It sells beer, really good beer. How would that impact them going forward in terms of the elimination of federal trade barriers?
So thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway, Mike, and thank you for agreeing to serve as my parliamentary secretary. It's great to be working together. As Mr. Albus identified presciently, the beer examples have a way of seizing the imagination of Canadians, so it's a good one. And what this legislation alone is not going to remove barriers to interprovincial trade, and it is not alone going to create free labor mobility. Most of the barriers are at a provincial level, and our government respects the jurisdiction of the provinces.
Wait.
Most is not have a way of seizing the imagination of Canadians, so it's a good one. And what this legislation alone.
Okay, it was the alone part my brain didn't read. So I thought she was saying this bill will not create labor mobility. I'm like, isn't that the point of the bill? She said alone. Okay, I missed that part.
The jurisdiction of the provinces. What we have seen is, as part of this wave of patriotism across Canada,
that it won't do it alone. I mean, it's true, because what she just said is true, that most of the impediments are at the provincial level. That was one of my questions at the sort of the tech briefing. I'm like, because I was kind of confused. I'm like, but so, because what it basically does is, like, if you were going from, well, if you had, I think the example they used was a washing machine. You have a washing machine in BC, and you want to sell it in Alberta. If there were any federal like regulations where like the feds say to sell in any province or to sell across provincial lines, it has to meet certain like green emission standards or whatever. That would mean that they'd get rid of that. So you could just sell your washing machine in Alberta. Now, I'll flip it because the example doesn't really work in the way I just said it. But like if you have a washing machine, if you're a washing machine company in Alberta and you want to sell in BC, you would still have to, that Alberta washing machine company would still have to abide by whatever emission standards regulations that BC has. So it wouldn't get rid of any of the provincial barriers, just the federal ones, which that the federal government can't get rid of provincial barriers because they're controlled by the provincial government. But so that's what she means by alone. Like it will help.
We know that
but it literally can't do it alone.
Facilitating and encouraging true free trade in goods and services and true labor mobility, the federal government has to do its part. This legislation is about that. It's about removing the federal barriers that exist to trade in goods between provinces and territories and the federal barriers that exist to labor mobility. But I made a point in my opening remarks to be clear that the federal government is not the jurisdiction principally responsible. So this legislation is not going to do it on its own when it comes to free internal trade and movement and labor mobility. But it's a big part of it. And I hope everyone here will help us keep up the momentum after I hope the legislation is passed on Friday. There's a meeting, as you know very well, on July 8th of the Committee on Internal Trade of the provinces and territories to keep going. On July 15th and 16th, the Deputy Minister of Transport is hosting a hackathon of transport officials
hackathon?
To finally get movement on trucking. So there is a lot of work still to do, but this is an important step.
Thank you, Minister Freeland. Minister Alty, does this act supersede Section 35 of the Constitution and or UNDRIP?
No, it doesn't. And if I can just take a moment to elaborate, because I do think there's talk of accelerate and there's talk of fast tracking, and so folks think that that'll impact the consultation. And one of the things I'd point to is
the amount of consultation before this bill was tabled kind of hasn't given people a lot of confidence.
Engagement sessions with Indigenous peoples across Canada through our existing forums and tables. And it was about a proposed Crown consultation coordination. And these sessions, the concerns we heard is consultation there's insufficient coordination, it's difficulty navigating the system, it's growing consultation fatigue where people are having that overlap duplicative process. And so with this bill, what we're really looking to do as well is having that major projects office. And without a new coordinated...
Draw 13 bears, with each bear bearing a coat of arms of Canadian...
running into those issues of consultation inadequacy...
The one on the left isn't even... I don't think any of those are even close to a provincial coat of arms.
Means, in one hand, I think of my...
The one on the right, they at least sort of resemble some of them, maybe, if you didn't know what the provincial coat of arms looked like.
And redo it all. And so being able to have this one organization in the federal government, being able to organize it, will produce those better results. So it's not impacting the quality, but it is impacting the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Alty, and thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Prochainement, nous avons Mr. Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, 2.5 minutes, if you please. Thank you, Chair. I will continue with Monsieur Leblanc. When we have small bills at the provincial and municipal level, these bills have to respect current statutes. Sometimes they don't necessarily require consultations, but here we're going to have big projects that will have big impacts that will often require society-level discussions because it will engage generations. And this would be subject to fewer acts than small projects that are being done by SMEs. So what we have at the end of the day is a series of decisions that will be made behind closed doors where there will be a politicization of decisions, and nothing guarantees that you won't transform yourself into the Minister of Cronyism. The Association of New Brunswick Acadians contacted us to say that they were worried because the Act...
I was gonna say, I thought, is this a Bloc MP? Because the Bloc's been going off on C5 too.
ignore all other acts like the Official Languages Act. They could not have to take into account the Labour Code for these projects. So to me, that's a problem. You already have all the powers to ignore environmental projects through the projects that will be submitted. Why do you want even more powers that you don't need for these projects to move forwards? Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Barcelou Duval has asked about 10 questions in one, so I'm going to do my best. First of all, I would like to encourage you to not continue under the idea that we can exempt a project from the Criminal Code or the Official Languages Act. Privy Council experts have told us, and there will be no doubt legal experts appearing here, the decision must be made pursuant to statutes and pursuant to conditions in C5. So if we want an entrepreneur who doesn't want French or any French signage, it'll be the objectives of the bill that will be targeted. If someone doesn't want to pay bills, they could be targeted. If they don't want to pay a tax bill, they could be targeted. It's so broad that you could almost do anything. What acts not in the 7...
Am I dating Vosh? No, I'm not dating Vosh.
Also be exempted from projects. Why not say it now? Am I talking about...
I hate to disappoint you, Grease Carpaccio. I am currently a single man. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you sound distracted because you're using completely ridiculous examples to try and make a point that makes no sense. You also mentioned that these projects will be...
unfortunate. Sorry.
Subjected to less...
Enjoy your nap. Leave my stream up while you nap. Let me keep the viewer, at least.
Please allow the Minister to answer, and then we'll move on to our next questioner. The Minister says that what I say is ridiculous, but if I look at the document, it exempts projects from any act. Any act. I'd like to ask the Minister to answer. We can move on to someone else. It would be better.
Okay, I don't have his number. Do you have his number?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ministers, for your service to the country and for being here. Hopefully we'll get some accountability. Minister Freeland, there was some reference to freeing the beer, going between provinces. Really, under this act, there is nothing because if a province like BC and Alberta come up with a bilateral between the two, all it does is, this bill says that you'll just acknowledge it, recognize it, but it doesn't add any value. Is that the case?
I was very careful, Mr. Albus, in my comments, not to overstate the specific contribution this legislation will make to internal trade and labor mobility. As you know very well, the federal government's role in that space is limited. What this is about doing is the federal government doing everything appropriately within our power to contribute to the larger goal of free movement of goods, services, and people across the country. And we need to do this because it's very hard for the federal government to play the appropriate role of convener of provinces and territories if we're not doing our part.
Interprovincial shipping is actually a federal power, Minister. The Canada Post Act, for example, I had a bill C-260 that would actually give Canada Post the authorization to send...
Wear a mask on stream?
Right now, that can be prohibited by an individual province. That is a federal power. Moving on, it's in the Act here, it also says that you will recognize a designation or a credential from a provincial. At the technical briefing, the bureaucrats that were there, good people, mentioned that surveying, land surveyor, for example, might be. Are there any other jobs that this would apply to?
I'm not sure.
Just so niche that it really.
I'm not sure what the bit was or what the joke was, or if it was like a callback.
I've been very clear not to overstate the extent to which the federal government is our problem when it comes to barriers to interprovincial trade, movement of goods, services, and people. The fact is, this is principally a provincial matter. This law is about the federal government doing our part. There are a few specific areas that this legislation removes unilaterally, because what we're saying to the provinces and territories is this is a national effort. And I made a point in my remarks to highlight the excellent work that is being done by provinces and territories right now, because they are leading the charge. We need to salute their work. We as federal MPs collectively have a responsibility to support what they're doing, for the federal government to do our part. And I also want to be very clear. This legislation is very important when it comes to internal trade and labor mobility. It is not the end of the process, and we all
Riendees
have a
does not
responsibility
recognize the First
to
Amendment.
keep going to support the provinces to have truly free internal trade.
A previous Liberal Prime Minister used to say the dangers about being the head waiters to the provinces, and it seems that that's all you guys want to talk about is provinces, territories, but national interest, by its definition, has to reign over provincial interest. So, for example, the Prime Minister has said publicly
Not on my stream.
That premiers have a veto, like David Eby has said he will not support a pipeline to the Pacific, even though it would be in our national interest to get our energy to other markets. Minister, is there a national interest here, or are you only serving up for the provinces?
Well, the provinces make up the
so happy
the nation.
That right now, this is a moment of a degree of national unity and consensus around this effort of a kind I have never seen before. That meeting in Saskatoon, a province, as we know, which has a conservative government, was a meeting with more unity around free interprovincial trade and getting major projects built than any meeting of provinces, territories, and the federal government I have been present at. And so, Mr. Albus, I see no benefit and a great deal of harm at this moment when the provinces are all stepping up in the federal government somehow saying, we're going to push you guys around. The fact is, we don't need to. The provinces are doing a great job.
This is why we have a prime minister and a federal cabinet, is to decide what the national interest is. That actually is your job. But besides that, I would just go back. I'd like just to go to
Our
Minister
job in
LeBlanc.
the national interest, in fact, is to work collaboratively with provinces and territories where we can. You get...
It's either a crisis or it's not, Minister. It's either an emergency
honey
or
can
it's
be better
not.
than vinegar sometimes in building.
Oh, I thought she was calling him honey.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
I would like to see a
believe
list,
even
Minister,
the
of
conservatives are
federal
voting for this
initiatives
legislation.
coming from my federal
and I'm
government.
happy about
Thank
that
you.
too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus, and thank you, Minister. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon, la parole est à vous. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Mr. Lauzon, you have 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, listen.
Chair,
Listen, sweaty.
This is today for Bill C5, which is very important. My first question has to do with the Major Projects Office. Minister Alty mentioned a certain element of this office that would be the consultation of the population so that work is done well. Could you give us some other examples of how the Major Projects Office could be useful in the context of working on major projects, and what will its role be exactly? It could be Monsieur Leblanc, Madame Freeland as well.
Monsieur le Président.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Stéphane, for the question. And yes, you're right. The idea of having within the Privy Council this office, the idea is to receive ideas of projects that will then be put forward as ones of national interest. Now, the reason for this is to avoid the following. It is to make sure that whoever puts forward these projects, be they public, private, indigenous, provincial, municipal, don't have to go through an evaluation and approvals process that could take 5, 6, or 7 years. We want there to be an almost concierge service.
I think you might get a better
assist.
You might have a better chance with NES because Gould just got chair of finance.
The right department, so that we can carry
Yeah,
out
Kamala.
evaluations all at the same time. So it's not just one department that then sends it off to someone else who then sends it off to another. All this so that we can work with those who will put forward projects, who will receive the designation, so that in at least
Exactly.
So that
yeah, but you'd want to stay at you'd stay, I think, because you get a pay bump.
And so the idea is to be more coherent, more efficient and effective, to avoid what has become a disincentive over the years, disincentives for investors or provinces or territories. But the idea isn't to create an extra layer of bureaucracy. We'll have a small group of experts, infrastructure in the Arctic experts, scientists, experts in supply chains, and the way to have the involvement of indigenous people so they can benefit economically. The idea is to have a committee of experts in the Privy Council. We will have the opportunity to have extra resources if need be, but the idea is to be effective, efficient, and coherent. So instead of starting an evaluation, Mr. Lauzon, by asking ourselves, will we do the project? The project has been deemed in the national interest in this case, so we will move forward. So now we have to figure out how we're going to do it in an appropriate way, in a way that respects our environmental standards and the Constitution, but that does so rapidly, and that will incentivize projects to be built more rapidly. The Minister said that on top of this, we could add that for Indigenous consultations, we could reassure them that not everything will be negotiated before the adoption of the Act. You've all said that there's a lot of work to do after the tabling of the bill, after the bill has been accepted. Now, for the good of this committee, could you explain to us how we will respect the processes of collaboration with Indigenous peoples so that these projects can be approved?
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for the question. I will answer in English to make sure I don't say anything wrong.
Important, the Indigenous Advisory Council that will be providing guidance to the Major Projects Office. That terms of reference would be drafted over the summer with the council getting up and running in the fall. That's providing guidance and advice to the Major Projects Office, but the consultation on which projects to add to Schedule 1, and then once they get added, the conditions for each project would actually be done with the Indigenous rights holders who would be or may be impacted by the project. And so I know I got a question yesterday where somebody said the Indigenous Advisory Council would be doing would be the ones consulted on whether to add a project to Schedule 1. And I just want to be clear that it is with the Indigenous rights holders who may be impacted by the project. So it's a two-step consultation with the potential third consultation about if we were to remove a project from the law. Again, the Indigenous rights holders would be involved in that consultation and accommodations.
Merci, Monsieur Lauzon. No, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lauzon.
Colleagues, before we jump into the second hour of testimony, I want to bring to everyone's attention that the CPAC numbers for today's meeting are off the charts. I've heard that
used to make them walk.
Begin our next round of questioning with Dr. Lewis.
Yeah, well, I could imagine there's a lot of people watching this one. I don't even know if he's making that up, but
Ministers, thank you
or
for
CPAC even says the numbers, or maybe that's on. They were looking at YouTube.
On the panel for being here today. Section 21, 22, and 23 operates to allow any project to be exempt from this legislation. Mr. Bassam-Duval suggested that this legislation was similar to the Emergencies Act. I'm seeking some clarity on your answer, Minister LeBlanc, regarding because notwithstanding the validity of of a law, Section 21, 22, and 23 of Bill C-5 allows a project to be exempt from the legislation. And we have seen sweeping powers in the notwithstanding clause in Section 33 of the Constitution that allows the suspension of liberties, but there is a provision that protects citizens under Section 1, which is the reasonable limits. Where's the reasonable limits of this legislation? Where's the breaks in this legislation so that federal governments don't become bullies and sweep into municipal and provincial jurisdiction like they did with Bill C-69?
This one gets testy, I think.
Mr. Chair, through you, Dr. Lewis, thank you for the question.
Or maybe it's her next round.
I think it's important. The reason the government has put this bill before Parliament is precisely to enable large projects in the national interest to be built. I think that the context and the purpose of the legislation, there's part one, which speaks about free trade within Canada. The part with respect to major projects focuses on enabling, and this is enabling legislation that creates a framework for these projects to be advanced. So, and any, people often refer to the clauses, Dr. Lewis, that you properly raised. Any exercise of authority in that context has to be done with respect to the purpose of the legislation. So if the purpose of the legislation is to enable these large projects to be built, you can imagine a series of statutes that may form part of that evaluation, and then it's exercised by the governor and council, which is not an unusual process.
My question specifically, though, doesn't deal with the enabling aspect of the legislation. We know what the legislation is about, but my question is specifically, what do you, Minister, see as reasonable limits on these sweeping powers that allow the invalidation of laws pursuant to Section 21, 22, and 23 of Bill C-5? Where are the reasonable limits? What do you see as reasonable limits? And why aren't they contained in this bill?
Well, so again, the reasonable, I think it's important, first of all, to put it in context. These decisions will be exercised in consultation with provincial and territorial leaders. The proponents of the projects, I'm encouraged by premiers working together to create, for example, energy corridors. The proponents in many cases may be sovereign provincial and territorial governments with Indigenous partners. So that is a limitation. That is a limitation in and of itself. We'll be designating projects that have gone through the scrutiny of other orders of government, for example.
But Minister, yesterday we heard concerns from a number of stakeholders and constitutional experts who confirmed that this bill is vague, has been hastily written, and leaves much uncertainty with respect to projects of national interest. In fact, that determination, it was concluded that that determination would be solely a political decision, which, given these provisions in Section 21 and 22, leaves room for political abuse. And my question, I'm turning back to the question, is where are the breaks in this legislation, and why are there no reasonable limits put in this legislation so that this government can evoke the confidence of the people?
Dr. Lewis, if I may, seeking to understand
the
roots of your concern, I guess I'd like to understand whether you are concerned that as a result of this legislation, we will build too much. Whether as a result of this legislation, we will get too many major projects built.
Excuse me, I think that is actually a very pejorative way of characterizing my.
It was a little bit. It was a little bit bad faith.
I don't want you to minimize Canadians' concern about building too much. That's very facetious and it's unnecessary. We're trying to help, and we had witnesses yesterday that were very concerned about the civil liberty, about the liberties that will be suspended in this legislation, and you're making a joke out of it. It's not funny.
No,
it is not funny.
No, truly, I was in no way making a joke. I was being entirely serious. This legislation is being proposed by us, and I believe it is being supported by the Conservatives, because there is a national consensus, which I believe many Conservative MPs agree with, that we have come to a place in Canada where we have such a thicket of processes and rules and regulations at all levels of government that we are unable to build with the alacrity that this moment in time requires. This legislation addresses precisely that realization, and that's why it creates a clear framework to consider and put forward projects of national interest. There is going to be great transparency in terms of which are the projects being put forward. There is a specified list of the areas where the legislation may need to move with more alacrity. And I'm very sympathetic, as I believe my colleagues are, to concerns around protecting due process, protecting the rights of Canadians. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But I'm very confident this legislation will in no way infringe on rights and will
Thank
do
you.
something that Canadians have a right to, which is to build Canada.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair,
much,
I'd
Minister.
like the record to show that my question was not answered.
Thank you,
Oh.
Dr. Lee. Next, we'll turn the floor.
That's
to
what the
Flora
record
Speaker
does.
For 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
Does that automatically.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks to the committee for letting me ask questions. My first question is for you, Minister Alty. Article 19 of UNDRIP provides that states need to seek and obtain free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples before adopting every legislative measure. Has the federal government upheld this obligation with Bill C-5? Yes or no? Just because I have very limited time. I'm an independent now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So this process has been an accelerated process for the legislation.
So
However,
just because I have
is
5 minutes, so the answer is no. It's accelerated, so no, it hasn't. I'm going to answer
Woo!
for you because
The key is, though, that for the legislation, the consultation is happening on projects to be added to Schedule 1
So I'm
as
talking
well
about
as in
this,
the
sorry,
projects.
Minister. I'm talking about this legislation specifically because I'm sure you're aware that nations that have signed modern treaty agreements should have been consulted before the bill was tabled. That did not happen. Do you believe the advisory circle fulfills the constitutional requirement to consult and accommodate and contain full consent of Indigenous peoples, yes or no?
As mentioned before, the Indigenous Advisory Council is providing guidance to the Major National Projects Office. However, the consultation on projects to add to Schedule 1, as well as if a project's added, the consultation on conditions has to be done with the Indigenous rights holders,
right?
Which isn't the Indigenous
So
Advisory
you agree
Council.
with me that the advisory circle is not an Indigenous rights holder?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's very good. So I have a question. If Quebec says no to a pipeline, I think this would be for you, Minister. If Quebec says no to a pipeline, would you respect that? Yes or no?
The Prime Minister has been clear that he does not see us using this legislation to impose a project over the objection of a province.
Great. Thank you, Minister. Moving to you, Minister Attlee. If Indigenous peoples say no to a pipeline, will that same principle apply? Yes or no?
Yeah, and I think the key thing for this bill is really looking at, the bill is about looking for projects that are urgent.
So just because I have questions follow up. So if
Really task-masking
so
this,
if Indigenous people say no, I don't want a pipeline.
which I like. Just get that question. Don't let him filibuster.
So what I was gonna explain for this bill is that we're looking for projects with urgency.
And you've explained that,
as
and that's
well as
already on
advancing-
record. So I just because
haven't explained that part though.
So what is
Excuse
your
me,
understanding?
what I'll do is I'll promise to give you an extra 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Just to make sure that the Minister can respond to your question.
Yeah,
and
because I do
let
think
Rebecca
it's
answer the
I do
question.
think it's important that you take a look at the legislation, and it is about evaluating projects that have a high likelihood of successful execution and advancing the interest of Indigenous peoples.
Yes.
And so if projects are being brought forward that don't meet those conditions, we're not going to be able to move with urgency as a federal government.
Sure.
And so we're looking for the high likelihood. We're not looking for Schedule 1 to have 500
Sure.
projects, because the more projects we have, we want
Can
that
I-
white glove
Can
service.
I move on now? So you said, you gave 5 criteria, and I want to read this. It says, in deciding whether to make an order under subsection 1 or 4 in respect of a project, the governor and council may consider any factor, the governor and council, the words are very important, that the governor and council considers relevant, and D, I want to speak specifically to D, advance the interests of Indigenous peoples. Do you think it's appropriate that the governor and council make the decision on behalf of Indigenous people of what's advancing their interests, or do you think Indigenous people should be making those decisions themselves? Because it's very clear in here, and this is a concern that's been brought up by many Indigenous groups.
Yeah, and the key is the consultation would involve the Indigenous rights holders who may be impacted. So the consultation and accommodation would be with the Indigenous rights holders.
So would you agree that this probably needs some amendment?
It's actually section 5.7 that's got, is it 5.7 that has...
I have a feeling they're not going to... Well, they actually have to be done by midnight. I was going to say they're mandated to finish at 11:59, regardless of where they are.
The minister look to respond.
Sure.
Just want to make sure she has a moment to look that up and respond to your question.
The 5.7, the consultation, page 10. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for joining us today, Ms. Kazan. Next, we will go to Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir. 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the ministers for joining us today. I'd like to pick up on a similar theme as my colleague related to the 5 factors that are identified in the bill that would guide the decisions around projects in the national interest. Probably for Minister LeBlanc, but I would welcome any of your comments in terms of specifically Clause 5.6e, which specifies as a factor, quote, projects that would contribute to clean growth and to meeting Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. Could you speak, Minister, to how this factor would be considered in the identification of projects of national interest, and whether it means that projects that were low carbon or clean energy projects or projects that help to reduce emissions would be prioritized in the determination of projects under Schedule 1?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Greaves, very, very good question. And that particular section of the legislation which you read, E, is deliberately there because in a lot of the conversations that we had with Indigenous, potential Indigenous proponents or provinces and territories, there is a great deal of enthusiasm to put forward for designation and hopefully approval, for example, wind energy projects, hydro electric projects, that the Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia is extremely excited about a massive offshore wind project and the corresponding interprovincial ties that could take that clean green energy to markets in Canada. And to our neighbors to the south, that the government of Quebec talked to us about a historic agreement that they came to with the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to further develop the Churchill River in Labrador. It's a project known as Gull Island. Massive, massive green energy project, similar to the Churchill River projects that Hydro-Quebec and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador have operated for decades. So those are just 2 examples. The Premier's Premier Kinew, for example, the Premier of Manitoba, talked to us about, again, renewable energy projects and Arctic infrastructure that would help defend the sovereignty of the Canadian Arctic while bringing much needed energy resources, hydroelectric links between his province and Nunavut, for example. So you can see the potential. Your question is a good one. One of the things that's a bit distressing is often in public conversation, this legislation, people go to one particular sector of the economy or one particular type of project. When the premiers themselves, including the territorial premiers, brought a myriad of projects from clean energy to conventional energy projects, of course, to infrastructure to diversify ports, many of them under Christia's responsibility. If you think of port projects in Port of Prince Rupert in British Columbia, a massive piece of infrastructure necessary for the effective diversification of the Canadian economy. So you're absolutely right. Those are examples. I would think if the legislation is adopted, Canadians will be extremely reassured by the kind of inspiring projects that proponents bring forward, and including some, and if there's time, Mr. Chair, the Deputy Clerk said she has examples of projects that Indigenous proponents are enthusiastic about submitting for the designation. So you can see the myriad of projects, Mr. Graves, in that regard.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Keeping in a similar vein about how this legislation would
Mr.
interact
Will
with
Greaves.
environmental regulation
I believe,
and
yes,
environmental
that's who it
review
is.
processes, my colleagues opposite are sometimes a little forgetful about the number of projects that have been built in BC in recent years. We've seen a lot of change, a lot of investment in economic development, while maintaining a commitment towards environmental protection and rigorous environmental review for the projects that have gone ahead in our province in recent years. In that spirit, can you describe a little bit, Minister, how the new major federal project office would interact with the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada and the environmental review process, please?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. It's technical. I want to make sure the committee benefits from the precise answer. The Deputy Clerk has done more work on this than we have, and perhaps she can offer a very specific answer to Mr. Graves' question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that the most important principle here and what we're trying to achieve is really trying to bring multiple decision points of several sort of government departments in a streamlined way for proponents so we could advance projects. But that still means that there will be interaction with Environment Canada, with fisheries, with transport. But the Major Projects Office would not recreate the good work that is happening in the departments. It would bring together that service to proponents, working with the Indigenous Advisory Committee, working with the Minister and Indigenous peoples across the country on the consultation element. So really it is about, our system can be difficult to navigate. So through the major...
Hey, Fargo, how's it going?
The project is designated...
We're watching some committee meetings.
We will work with
real riveting stuff.
To bring people together in a streamlined way. And that will allow for projects to meet a quicker sort of time frame, and it gives certainty to a proponent at the front end of a project, which can help in a lot of ways. Minister LeBlanc referenced the fact that we've been approached by Indigenous proponents who say, if we are listed under this legislation, we may attract more investment. It may allow our project to proceed. So for us to meet that, there's been a lot of questions around meeting that test of national interest. If a project is supported by an Indigenous community or an Indigenous proponent or with equity stake, if it is supported by a land claims organization and a territorial government, then
oh yeah, and this one's like an important one. This one's going to be going for a while. How's it going, Kikira? Having a good night? Yeah, stung by a wasp.
So these are examples of how we will assess, and the major federal project.
I don't think I've ever gotten stung by a wasp.
Project descriptions that come in, and we'll assess.
Gotten stung by a bee.
And then make recommendations to the minister, who will then consult his cabinet colleagues, provincial and territorial governments. And I would echo Minister Freeland's comments that there is a lot of unity around the types of projects that come in. And that may mean that provincial and territorial governments may need to work together in proposing projects. But I think the Major Federal Projects Office's objective is to streamline the system and give good advice to government on projects of national interest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Fox, and thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. Prochainement, nous avons Mr. Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, 6 minutes.
I can imagine. I was a summer camp counselor, so I've had to tend to the wounds of children who had gotten stung by wasps, and they did not seem to enjoy it. It seemed like it really hurt. So I'll take them at their word.
Rubbish. What is rubbish? are the extreme powers that you want to grant yourself through this bill that need to be controlled, that need to be studied, because this bill is not ready to be adopted in its current form. The question I have for you, Minister, I talked about emergency measures. You said it's not a hidden emergency measures act, but there is a sunset clause, and there's also another characteristic. You want to adopt it rapidly, and you give power to the
yes.
used to be
We have not updated it.
regulated by.
That's still the one thing I always forget
Why
to
a
do.
sunset clause? Will there be no emergencies in 5 years? We tabled the bill in a context of economic emergency. My colleagues described our concerns with regards to the diversification of the Canadian economy and with national interest projects that could increase Canada's GNP. We are faced with global uncertainty, economically speaking. There are tariffs from the States. These are all tied together. And that's why we are in an emergency. During the election campaign, Prime Minister Carney was very clear. He said that he would work with our government and provinces so that everyone has to work together. Thank you. It seems that you're giving yourself emergency powers far excessive of what would be reasonable. So I believe this is going to end up in front of the courts. I believe that your bill will be contested in the future. Your bill also allows you
Seems like a safe bet.
tailor acts that apply or do not apply for.
Yeah, God damn it, production.
So you can negotiate with an entrepreneur what acts will actually be they will actually be subject to. So what are the guarantees that there won't be any corruption under this? I'm not saying that you're corrupted, of course.
What am I paying you for,
I'm not saying that
Jimmy?
you're corrupt. I'm not saying that you're going to cancel the Official Languages Act for big
God
companies.
damn.
What I'm saying
Jimmy never does what he's supposed to. It's just, I don't know what I'm paying him for.
picked and chosen in the future.
The damn union's too strong. Can't fire him.
Do not agree that this bill opens the door to corruption. I would not want to be associated
Exactly.
with such
Exactly.
a sentiment. Nevertheless, you are right in so much as we've identified an economic emergency that was shared by premiers of the provinces and territories, and we now offer a new way to move forward for a limited period of time so that we can be more coherent in our way to move forward when projects are deemed to be in the national interest. Designated projects, and the other thing that we don't have to, or the other myth that we have to dispel, is that this will be done without transparency. The designated projects will be designated in a transparent way. The conditions attached to the approval process will also be published through Order in Council. You have no obligation to be transparent. There's almost no countermeasure. The only measure of transparency that you mention is what will be in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. To me, that's not very transparent. We'll use these powers when Parliament isn't sitting. There is a provision for this transparency, Mr. Barceau-Duval, and in your preamble, in the preamble to your question, you said that normally this is a power that is designated upon the legislative authority. What we are saying in this case is that the Environmental Assessment Act, the Fisheries Act, all these analyses will happen, but will happen in a more coherent way, in an expedited way. And at the end of the day, the Governor and Council will make a decision whether to move forward with a project or not. It's no different than another End of answer inaudible. We've been told that this gives more certainty. It gives more certainty to entrepreneurs for projects under Schedule 1. I'm saying it's full trust and full confidence because projects are being almost pre-approved. We know that entrepreneurs know that they won't need certain authorization. Usually there are rules and regulations to be studied and followed. What will be the case for public servants who will have to study all these, knowing that projects are, in fact, pre-authorized under this bill? If a project is designated as pre-authorized, you think public servants will be motivated in their work in analyzing these projects?
All right.
I believe yes, and perhaps
Yes, this is the committee study on Bill C5,
public service could answer.
which is the big Build Canada bill. The big, bold, beautiful Build Canada bill.
Front door. They'll work with Transport Canada, that they meet after the front door, and then they'll study the project, and then there'll be an analysis done by experts in market diversification. Then it will move to the
No worries.
Major Projects Office.
This committee's supposed to run till midnight.
When analysis is
We're a couple
already
hours back
done
because I wanted to
before
go back and
research,
watch
then there's no point
the
doing the research, is there?
ministers
Work will be
testify,
done by
but
scientists with the departments for the conditions that we've identified by the department. Thank you very much, Ambassador Duval.
Next, we will go with Mr. Morin. Mr. Morin, I believe the floor is yours. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, Ms. Stubbs is to go first.
Cede your time to Ms. Stubbs. So, Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I do just want to mention, Minister Freeland, of course, we Conservatives, because we've been calling for fast-tracking clarity and certainty on all of these pieces of legislation and regulations that C5 allows to be circumvented, we would agree with your comments here today that there is a thicket of legislation and regulations that means big projects can't be built. But that is why we as Conservatives are saying those are your fundamentals to fix those laws instead of doing this workaround. But I just, and further to the point that one of my colleagues was making earlier, Canadians have yet to hear from any of you how it is that you are going to enforce federal jurisdiction on interprovincial pipelines, which are federal jurisdiction, which of course you've failed to do before. But as a person who comes from Treaty 6 and is proud to represent and work with 5 First Nations and 4 Métis settlements in my area, all of whom are involved in both traditional and clean energy, and who are the service suppliers and contractors to the oil sands, and also as a descendant of the Broken Head Ojibwe First Nation from Manitoba, I too am concerned about this government's ability to fulfill its duty to consult so far through this legislation. What's concerning, Minister, is you talked about 3 different levels and layers of approval, which is obviously uncertain in itself. And I'm glad to hear that C5 is promising capacity funding for the meaningful participation of Indigenous communities through this process. I would note that was also promised through C69. And every time I ask the Indigenous leaders and workers and proponents and private sector owners and operators who, as you know, in Alberta for decades upon decades have been earning their own source revenue.
oh yeah, no, and I can turn my thing to, oh yeah, I'm way in the red.
Ever flowed. So I sure hope that you guys will keep your word this time. But
No, yeah,
I
for
think
sure. If
that
it's too loud.
it really
Or
is incumbent upon you
the
to
levels are off, let me know.
clarify exactly how that duty to consult will be deployed by the actual decision makers, since the court are clear that's what required is the two-way dynamic to address the to mitigate adverse impacts on affected communities. And I particularly ask you this question in the context of yesterday's AFN National Chief saying C5 will be an open invitation to court challenges and go all the way to the Supreme Court. So for all of us who want to get to yes in a good way, how will you actually make clear to Canadians that for the first time you will actually fulfill the duty to consult fully and completely, and make that be able to happen given the differences in views among the 600 plus Indigenous communities in Canada?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So one of the challenges is having a single definition for Indigenous consultation, because like you mentioned, there's 600 different First Nations, there's Inuit, there's Métis, and so we want to make sure it's meaningful and adequate, and so having that single definition doesn't work. It's also important, it's very fact and situation specific. So for the projects contemplated under this bill, it would depend on the nature of the project, which Section 35 rights holders may be impacted and to what degree, the nature of the Section 35 rights that may be adversely affected, and there's a number of other variables.
Thank you, Minister.
And these ones are affirmed by the Constitution.
Yes.
We've got the Supreme Court. And then this legislation in particular references in the preamble, Section 5.7, Section 7.2, Section 8.3. Those are all required to have to consult with Section 35 rights holders.
Right, and Minister, which has not been done to date, we learned yesterday, but also the bill does set up the cabinet ministers as the decision makers. So will cabinet ministers be at the table on those projects as you go through this specific project by project ad hoc, obviously inherent uncertain consultation? And also, Minister, you yourself mentioned the removal of projects from the national interest list, which you can imagine is deeply concerning, certainly also to Indigenous proponents of, for example, pipelines that got vetoed in the past that they were relying on, or LNG projects that got killed in the past that they were relying on, and had spent years negotiating with big companies in a good way to get benefits for their communities. How can Canadians and Indigenous people who all want to get to yes in a good way on these big projects trust the claims here?
Yeah, thank you. So for that one, that's Section 8.3, so page 12 of the legislation. So if a project is going to be removed, again, there's the requirement, the consultation, and the duty to consult with Indigenous rights holders who may be impacted. So,
but then
Thank
you
you
can
very much,
imagine a
Ms.
project
Stubbs.
proponent
Thank you,
getting all
Ms.
the way
Stubbs.
through and then being told no. And also, then why don't we just start with all the Indigenous backed
you,
projects
Ms.
in front of the
Stubbs.
regulators right now and fast track them?
And thank you very much, Minister. Next, we'll go with Ms. Wien. Ms. Wien, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. Round two. So I want to ask a little bit about labor mobility, because this is a huge part of why, this is part of the economic growth piece, et cetera. We wanted to make sure that we're addressing the critical labor gaps, and we know that as we get nation-building projects built more quickly, there are going to be cascading benefits in terms of job creation. There was a recent study by the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses that shows that interprovincial barriers.
I was browsing Reddit and
hold
found a
back
human
productivity
interest story
and
for
limit
you.
access
Professor
to
at Simon
qualified
Fraser
workers,
University is trapped in
especially
a...
in
Oh,
skills-dependent
Jesus.
sectors. Could you speak to the potential
Really?
workforce and productivity impact that comes with strengthening labor mobility?
I sure can. And I want to get, before doing that, I just want to get 2 points quickly on the record. One is that when it comes to pipelines, it is important to be very clear.
Where'd you see this?
That it was a Liberal government and not a Conservative government that got TMX built. That pipeline is up and running, and it is up and running at a time when we really need it. When we need to have
Yeah, I think the
way
internet was
to
like
get our
fully
oil
down
to
for
market
long
that
periods
does
of
not
time.
just go through the United States.
I think like
And
yesterday
that
and
pipeline
for today a bit.
is going to deliver
Oh, yeah, no.
$1.25 billion in revenue
No
directly to the
embassy,
federal government. So let's
basically
be
no
clear, that is a
diplomatic
reality.
relationship at all.
Let's also be clear that we are on the brink of some huge LNG projects coming online. Kitimat, cedar, wood fiber, including major Indigenous participation. Okay, I just had to say that. And when it comes to Indigenous consultation, the team here, particularly our public servants, have been doing a great job. In the development of this legislation,
I'm sorry to hear that,
66 Indigenous groups
Kira.
were consulted or worked with.
Hope
and
they
now
stay safe.
They're up to 80. So that is real work that has been done and is being done. Okay, labor mobility, which I love. This is tremendously important. It is it's going to be one of the big contributors to those huge productivity gains, to those huge gains in bringing down prices, to the huge overall GDP gains. As I said in my comments, I think to Mr. Albus, the principal impediments to labor mobility are not at a federal level. They are at a provincial level. But I am hugely encouraged by the work the provinces are doing. And this legislation is about the federal government doing our share so that we can say to our provincial colleagues, let's get this done. I want to emphasize 2 aspects. One is the idea of mutual recognition. It is incredibly powerful. This is how Australia created free trade within Australia. The principle that we should trust each other. If someone has a credential in one province, other provinces should say, you know what? I trust the great people of Ontario, where you and I are MPs, to do a good job in deciding who can be a dental hygienist. And that dental hygienist
that's what I kind of
should
like
be good
about
enough to work
my
in
job
Nova
is it
Scotia.
keeps me
That
real
is the core
focused
principle. And I
on the
wanna
stuff
add
right in
one
front of
other
my
thing,
face, because I do enough of
that
the
is
doom scrolling on
connected
my
to
free
labor
time.
mobility, and that is foreign credential recognition. If we can get to a space, and we are moving there, where we have mutual recognition.
Like on
of
Mondays when I'm
credentials
writing, I'll go
across
like
Canada,
hours at a
that
time
will
without
be
looking
very
at
helpful in
social
foreign
media.
credential recognition.
And it's
Both
so
those
good for my
things
mental
will make
health.
our economy stronger and also make life better for
Oh yeah, and there's a
people.
lot of
You know,
weeds
all
on
of us
this
have
one.
constitu-
Like there's like I just did a story on C4, which is nominally their here I can pull it up. It's on C4. C4 is nominally their affordability bill. So it reduces the GST. It cuts the GST on new home purchases under $1 million. It reduces the income tax, gets rid of the carbon tax. All makes sense. All sort of a very easy to understand through line there. And then Part 4 makes a bunch of changes to the Elections Act so that the federal parties don't have to comply with federal privacy laws. So that was one of my stories today. Where is it? Yeah, so it's piggybacking privacy laws. Changes to privacy laws has nothing to do with affordability. It immunizing federal political parties from compliance with an act of a province or territory that regulates activities in relation to personal information, unless those parties create a personal information policy that dictates otherwise. So basically, it's meaning that the only privacy rules they have to abide by are the ones they set for themselves. And just last year, they lost a court case because BC introduced their own privacy laws that were more strict and sort of held them to the same standard as like a private business. And they lost the case. They're currently in appeals. The appeals process was supposed to begin June 23rd. So next Monday. So they're basically, this law basically says actually the BC, we don't have to listen to the BC courts or BC privacy laws. It's nuts. The heck happened to my no? God damn it! I don't write down where we
to
were.
what the minister said.
To you from the tradition.
Advanced. So
of characterizing my
is really looking at the bill is about looking for projects that are urgent.
So it's just because I have questions follow up. So if I
this bill is that we're looking for projects with
guide the decisions around projects in the national interest. Your vacation of projects.
Who was asking a question when I pulled away?
The Conservative provincial historic massive green energy project.
Interaction with Environment Canada, with
I think
fisheries,
it was.
with
This
transport.
feels close
The
to where
major
we were.
projects office,
But I think
not
we're close to the end of the
recreate
ministers.
The good work that is happening in the departments. It would bring together that service to proponents, working with the Indigenous advisory. So through the major federal.
Oh, so I think we maybe it's Stubbs.
Economic speaking,
the mark of national
such a sentiment. Nevertheless, were to be transparent to me and
yeah, we're after this.
Entrepreneurs know the front door, and then some departments.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I want to mention circumvented to fix those laws instead of doing this work around, but on interprovincial.
So this lady in the next one,
and
the one after her,
revenue for energy development. They say,
yeah, thank you. And duty.
Yours, you have
a huge part of. We know that
Here we
as
go.
we get nation building, interprovincial barriers comes with strength on the record
of government
This
to
is a
have
friendly fire
dollars
question,
in
too.
revenue. Okay, I just had to say that in the develop has been done big so that really powerful. This is how Australia created free trade
Whatever,
within
we'll leave it here.
Australia. The principle that we should trust each other. If someone has a credential in one province, other provinces should say, you know what? I trust the great people of Ontario, where you and I are MPs, to do a good job in deciding who can be a dental hygienist. And that dental hygienist should be good enough to work in Nova Scotia. That is the core principle. And I want to add one other thing that is connected to labor mobility, and that is foreign credential recognition. If we can get to a space, and we are moving there, where we have mutual recognition of credentials across Canada, that will be very helpful in foreign credential recognition. Both those things will make our economy stronger and also make life better for people. I know all of us have constituents who are frustrated that they're not able to work. It takes too long when you move around Canada.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to ask one more question. I know we've started to talk a lot about the examples and opportunities around energy corridors and clean growth. My kids are very worried about the transition to our future and talk to me all the time about how we're mitigating against this. Can you tell me a little bit more about how we can use this bill to advance those really important nation-building goals?
Absolutely, and Minister LeBlanc has already detailed some of them. In the 5 conditions, one of them is contribute to clean growth and meeting Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. And we have heard already in the meetings we've been in a lot of enthusiasm around major clean energy projects. Wind energy in the east, this is Premier Houston's passion project, and it will make a huge difference. It could make a huge difference to Canada. I'm going to mention also critical minerals. Hugely important. We need them to build a clean economy, but we need to get the projects built to get those critical minerals and to process them. We haven't really talked about nuclear and about SMRs. That is another set of projects that can be advanced through this legislation.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Ms. Wien. Next, prochainement, nous avons M. Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole, 2 minutes et demie, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval for 2.5 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yesterday in committee, we heard a constitutional expert, David Robitaille, who insisted very strongly that the definition of in the national interest does not at all match the Supreme Court's definition of in the national interest in its rulings, especially with regard to the carbon tax. When something is designated as being in the national interest, does that mean that it's in the general interest of Canada? But how is it that you've set totally arbitrary criteria which don't match the Supreme Court's criteria and definitions? Answer. Thank you for your question, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. I don't feel that our criteria are arbitrary, given that they are part of a bill before Parliament that will be voted on by parliamentarians both here and at the Senate. Now, there is a case at the Supreme Court on another matter, so there's not a one-to-one equivalency with this legislation before Parliament. In the majority of cases, if not in all cases, this determination will be made based on the result of consultations with provinces and territories. I feel strongly that premiers of provinces and territories, were they to come to us with a project that would affect many provinces and territories, I would approve it because it would be in the interest of many provinces, for instance. Sure, I understand the example you bring up, but what I'm saying is that there is no definition of in the national interest in this bill. The definition you do have is very arbitrary. The only thing we find is at 5.6, where it says the minister can consider, can meaning it's not mandatory, unless you're willing to amend this, and that's one of the amendments the Bloc has tabled today. Well, I'm in no position to speak to the amendments moved here in committee. I leave that to you and your colleagues in this committee. As for the criteria we will use to deem that a project is in the national interest, our criteria are clearly set out in the bill. As my colleague said, you're very lucky because you've had the criteria read to you no fewer than 2 times. Yes, thank you, Minister. I know where to find the criteria.
I can only imagine what
You
this,
have 5
what
minutes,
this will be
please, sir.
like by like
Thank you,
11
Chair.
at night.
And I just want to congratulate the minister on her appointment to Mr. Alty. Many First Nations often rights get kind of it's hard to understand for First Nations when it comes to Section 35 treaty rights, the umbrellas under that when it comes to how provinces have jurisdictions in certain areas. First Nations traditional inherent rights are mixed into Canadian law. Treaty First Nations have long held that Natural Resource Transfer Act violates treaty rights, particularly Treaties 1 to 11. I'm wondering if the minister agrees with First Nations rights holders in this regard.
I'd have to look into that further.
Does the minister agree that resource revenue sharing, when it comes to major projects and natural resource extraction, is a model to agree with that model of resource revenue sharing from the federal government?
I know in the Northwest Territories that's an element, but I'd have to look into it further. As you mentioned, I'm new to the portfolio, so look forward to discussing with you further.
The government has cited $40 million in consultation engagement for First Nations. Typically, we've seen a lot of spending on third-party consultants, $20 billion plus in consultants from the Liberals planning to spend $1,400 per family. For this particular instance, can the minister guarantee that the $40 million will go directly to rights holders, Indigenous communities, rather than third-party consultants?
Thanks for the question. So it is for Indigenous rights holders. I know in my jurisdiction that, or in my territory, that some rights holders then go to hire consultants, and I wouldn't be in the position to say rights holders have to hire somebody full-time on their team. If they are going to hire a consultant to lead their work, that would be up to the rights holder.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pass the rest of the time to the member, Jamie Schmel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to my colleague Billy Morin for the time, and congratulations, Minister, on your appointment. Look forward to working with you. Minister, we've had a number of nations here in the capital raising awareness of the fact that they were not consulted on Bill C-5. In particular, the Anishinaabe Nation First Nations, the Grand Council Chief, has said she has not been consulted. We have a number of others that are saying the same thing. First of all, did you have any involvement in the consultation? I believe some are saying they've been given 7 days notice on this. Were you involved in any of the consultation, especially with this nation? And is that the plan going forward, that 7 days notice is adequate consultation?
Thanks for the question.
I
Don't
think that's engendering a lot of confidence in First Nations.
There was a number of organizations, not only Indigenous rights holders, but also national Indigenous organizations that were engaged on the legislation. Moving forward, the legislation has a 2-part, I guess 3-part, if a project was to be removed on the consultation. So listing a project in Schedule 1 involves consultation with impacted Indigenous rights holders. The second part, if a project would be
Maybe if I could just cut in there, because in your answer to Ms. Stubbs there, you talked about meaningful consultation has to be adequate, but there were no definitions to that, and we're seeing nations here say 7 days. Is that the definition of meaningful and adequate?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the meaningful and adequate consultation is fact and situation specific. So some of the work that our department has been doing over the past year has been working with Indigenous rights holders as well as national organizations on developing protocol guidelines for the federal government. Outside of that, I do know First Nations, Inuit, Métis also have protocols.
Hey,
and
Spionix.
consultation guidelines.
Thank you for the follow.
So
Salut.
looking to engage
Bienvenue.
with the impacted Indigenous rights holders to make sure that we are.
So what about those that are in favor of projects? We have a number of Indigenous communities that are in favor.
Exactly. So when we're consulting on whether to include a project in Schedule 1,
Hey,
as well
100
as the
chat
consultation
messages.
once a project's added in the conditions, we'd be working with those Indigenous rights holders, and we have Indigenous proponents that want to bring forward projects under this bill.
Okay, so that's good if they want to bring that forward. But how do you still deal with the fact that C-69 is still in place? I know this bill gives extraordinary powers to the government, but at the same time, you still have some pretty powerful impediments to development in place right now.
A very short response, please, Minister.
Yeah, so the legislation for the One Economy is listing a project in Schedule 1 as well as putting the conditions. We engage with Indigenous rights holders, consultation and accommodation. So it would also, if we were removing a project, again, the consultation and accommodation would occur.
Thank you very much, Minister. And concluding our line of questioning for the panel of ministers and officials today is Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Minister LeBlanc, the first question. The Prime Minister has been very clear that this legislation will get us to one project, one assessment. So I'm wondering if you can explain to the committee what that means. And for instance, if we have an agreement for one project, one assessment with, say, the province of Quebec, would they be still required to do, for example, an environmental assessment under their own processes?
Mr. Chair.
Ooh, what kind of cocktail?
Our colleague
also, what kind of wings?
raises a
Spicy
good
wings?
Question.
Breaded?
If we conclude
Unbreaded?
on this, I think it's an instructive moment. One of the things that we've heard about projects, big and small. So this comes back to Mr. Barcelou-Duval's question around smaller projects that may have provincial or municipal approvals.
Oh, hell yeah.
For the government to say that we've signed cooperation agreements
Buffalo
with
wings are
provinces and
classic.
territories
Is
to have one
it's
project and
hard
one
to improve
review.
on a classic.
It's not about lowering everybody's standards to the lowest common denominator.
Ooh, watermelon
it's
and
about
rum is
eliminating
also
duplication
very
and
good
overlap
combination.
and making because nothing in this legislation affects the jurisdiction of provinces, of course, but it would allow proponents to benefit, again, from a basic principle that makes economic sense. We think it can make environmental sense as well in terms of allowing them to have the certainty that when a project is submitted, there is a coherent, non-duplicative review process. So the Prime Minister's instructions to us have been clear. Within 6 months, he wants us to come to cooperation agreements with all the provinces and territories. And frankly, to build on many of the best practices, provinces and territories have been doing great work in this regard for a long time. If there's a way to ensure that there are comparable federal standards to a province doing the work or vice versa, what an opportunity to assist proponents in arriving at a more coherent and cost-effective process. And what's interesting is this improving of that system will apply to projects big and small. So it's not only about a designated project in the national interest. Done properly, this will assist, we hope, a lot of much smaller projects going through the appropriate scrutiny and review, but in a way that's much more cost-effective and much more effective in terms of time.
Can I offer one concluding thought? I
2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm going to be
Like,
super quick. So,
Yes, please do.
Dom and I both know what it's like to be on the opposition side of the House. We know the job of the opposition is to oppose, and that's how our democracy works. But in concluding this, I would just like to offer a hope and a suggestion that this is actually legislation all of us can be proud to support. I haven't heard a single person oppose free internal trade in Canada, lifting barriers to labor mobility, lifting barriers to trade in goods and services. We can all get behind that. And on the major projects, I truly believe this is a piece of legislation that brings together everything we as Canadians want. I think we all want to get big projects built. We know we have to do it. I think we all know that we need to respect the rights of Indigenous people and Indigenous rights holders, including their right to build major projects and participate in that prosperity. I think we all recognize and believe we need to respect environmental rights. Je sais qu'on est tous d'accord qu'on doit respecter les champs de compétences.
I know that we must respect provincial jurisdiction.
We can feel good about doing a good thing together for Canada.
Thank you. Just point of
Thank you,
order,
Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kellaway still has 1 minute, 50 seconds.
I would just maybe just really quickly, if we could just have Ms. Kazan add, if the ministers be willing to stay for 1 more minute. I was going to ask for 4 hours more, but just 1 more minute so Ms. Kazan could ask 1 or 2 more questions.
Any objection from committee members? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Kellaway, who still had 52 seconds left.
Okay. Minister Alty, one of the acts of Parliament listed in Schedule 2 of the bill is the Indian Act. Can you explain the reasoning behind including the Indian Act as one of the pieces of legislation that may need parts of it to be suspended for a specific project?
Thank you, and thanks for the question. Yeah, when moving forward with projects, some communities are subject to archaic provisions under the Indian Act, and so we will engage with First Nations partners on projects, and if we need to suspend some provisions of the Act, like financial clause, leases we've heard about, we will do so in a way that allows for development while respecting cultural practices and environmental standards. But we want to retain this option for where it makes sense to advance a project, but it's after consultation with First Nation communities. So using this legislation on sections of the Indian Act may be beneficial, which is why it's included, but it would only be done in consultation with First Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway, and thank you, Minister. And we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Kazan for one last question of the day. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody that has come, all the ministers that have come here today. I just wanted to, Minister Alty, you spoke about the FPIC and it being confusion. Because we've signed on to international law, I just want to point to the UN expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples that we've agreed to uphold as FPIC, so we shouldn't be confused at all.
It is a very low bar. It's almost legally, it's duty to consult at this point is basically you got to give them a heads up, but that doesn't mean that
Indigenous peoples in court.
You have to listen to what their response is.
And NAN have indicated that Bill C-5 is an ungracious invitation to the Supreme Court, meaning that the goal of this bill to be nation-building projects will actually be an economy-killing, job-killing bill, because any projects going forward, it's becoming very clear from constitutional experts, are going to end up in court. Are you aware of this? Any one of you can answer the question.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would emphasize the purpose of this bill is to get approval of good projects, and we know that failing to meaningfully consult with impacted rights holders will not speed up the approvals and will actually lead to the further delays in the courts, which is again why the preamble, Section 5.7, Section 7.2, Section 8.3 all require the government to consult with Section 35 rights holders in both the selection of projects as well as the process of approving them and adding conditions, as well as if it came to the case, the projects would have to be removed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was. I
properly consulted, and this will
Thank
be
you
in
very
the
much,
courts.
Ms.
Thank
Kazan.
you.
It's very funny.
Well, it is exactly 5:30, and here at Transport Infrastructure, we pride ourselves on running a tight ship. I'd like to.
Is there the same unanimity among your people as there is in the group in Quebec and Labrador?
Quite simply believe that, most First Nations, will oppose this bill because of the fact that we have not had an opportunity, to discuss the
Yeah, but
potential
it's
impacts.
negligible. But it's like a veggie pizza is a cheese pizza plus vegetables, so it's going to have slightly more calories.
Because what we're talking about here, I hear, witnesses talk about, our resources and our opportunities, but
So
what people
that's
tend
why
to
it has
forget
20
is
more
that,
calories than the cheese
look,
pizza.
I'm Algonquin Anishinaabe. You're sitting in Ottawa on unceded Anishinaabe territory. Unceded's definition is we did not give up the rights or make a deal with the colonial government. These territories that everybody wants and talks about developing, they belong to First Nations. And we deserve an opportunity to have a robust consultation process. That is the judgment that was rendered by Judge Blackhawk and the CN and Kebawek versus CNL. We're not opposed to development, but we want a clear opportunity to make sure that we understand the impacts of the project, whether or not those impacts can be mitigated, and then be in a position to move forward. And we have two examples of, where it works and where it doesn't. In the case of the nuclear, again, the consultation process did not work. We, for 10 years, had told Canada and the Canadian nuclear laboratories that calling us and sending us letters.
Yes, no, it
simply
should
not
be a
consultation.
second
It
type
required,
of
a
cheese
deeper
pizza.
consultation, a framework,
Like
and a
whatever
robust
the
process.
base layer of cheese
They
is. If
disagreed
it's a
because
cheese
in the court,
pizza, there should be a second
we won,
additional layer of
which
cheese
said
on
that,
top of that.
the consultation process was inadequate. We have a second
Otherwise, it should
project
just be called plain
where
pizza.
we have worked with PSPC.
Yeah, no, double cheese is just cheese pizza.
And,
because it's
on
the
the-
something pizza assumes that is a topping on top of the tomato sauce and the cheese and the bread. So a cheese pizza, by definition, would have a second additional layer of cheese. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
on a bridge replacement project in our traditional territory. And through this process with PSPC and the Impact Assessment Agency, we came up with a process that allowed for us to have our say in terms of the environmental impact statement. We were able to develop a process to engage our people and talk to them about the options and the impacts and the mitigation strategies that needed to take place for us to support the project. Next week, we will be meeting with the Impact Assessment Agency and PSPC, and we will be giving them our consent to our preferred option of the three that were presented to us for this bridge replacement. So there's a good way to consult us, and there's a bad way. Bill C5 is probably the worst I've ever seen.
Chef Eamon, j'entends parfaitement ce que vous dites lorsqu'on parle de réconciliation qui est si importante auprès des Premières.
When we're talking about reconciliation, which is so important for First Nations, conversation is fundamental. It seems that the government really failed with respect to C5. We should be extending a hand to First Nations and not, have to go to the courts and deal with this for decades. It seems you don't feel that some things will be respected if C5 were to be passed. For example, First Nation, the rights of First Nations, the Indian Act. This is not really something that would win over First Nations to C5. Do you think this could lead to a crisis?
Of course, you overstep and override our rights and take away any of the fundamental protections we have, even as bad as the Indian Act is, then yes, it's going to cause a crisis. I know that, there's going to be challenges ahead, and
that.
The Indian Act
would, for decades, which is so important.
Chef Eamon, j'entends parfaitement ce que vous dites lorsqu'on parle de réconciliation qui est si importante auprès des Premières.
When we're talking about reconciliation, which is so important for First Nations, conversation is fundamental. It seems that the government really failed with respect to C5. We should be extending a hand to First Nations and not, have to go to the courts and deal with this for decades. It seems you don't feel that some things will be respected if C5 were to be passed. For example, the rights of First Nations, the Indian Act. This is not really something that would win over First Nations to C5. Do you think this could lead to a crisis?
Of course, you overstep and override our rights and take away any of the fundamental protections we have, even as bad as the Indian Act is, then yes, it's going to cause a crisis. I know that, there's going to be challenges ahead and we're already seeing it in our province in Quebec with C97. It's the forestry regime, the changes to the forest regime.
Je me permets de vous arrêter parce que le temps est limité pour moi.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off because we don't have much time. Do you think that the Indian Act should be removed from Annex to Schedule 2 of the bill?
Mr. Lemire, thank you very much, Chief Haymond. Next, we have Ms. Stubbs. Ms. Stubbs, floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses for being here. To the credit union, I hope that the government listens to you, because I certainly, as a rural resident in a rural community and from Alberta, credit unions are necessary for the daily lives of the people there, and all of the concerns we heard about impacts on Canadian meat processors. I hope that these get addressed, and I too, Chief, hope that the decision makers, who are the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, actually listen to what they are being told so that they can fully deploy their duty to consult and mitigate adverse impacts on impacted communities, so that everybody who wants to see big projects get built for the prosperity of all people, and especially for Indigenous Canadians, can get to yes in a good way. Dr. Exner-Perot, thank you for being here. I just wonder, I agree with you, and I find ourselves in an odd position where we have a government doing a short-term workaround, sort of baby steps and breadcrumbs, rather than a big breakthrough of the barriers that they themselves have created over the last 10 years. I wonder, in general, if you have concerns with the fact that in C5, the 2-year timeline that they keep claiming actually isn't in the bill, nor is there any timeline on which a final decision should be made. How does that give certainty to proponents or to investors?
Yeah, good question. 2 years would obviously be ideal. I could see in some cases. And so yes, there it is, like I say, rife for abuse to let the government pick a few. Again, there's a honeymoon period, and people are just, quite pleased that we're focusing on actually building some projects. So there's quite a lot of leeway, but there's certainly ways that you could see that this legislation could go sideways.
There are, of course, dozens of projects stuck in various forms of federal review.
This is just, I want to watch some of the MPs respond to this today.
What happened to the unanimous consent motion on Jimmy Lai? When is it going to be brought before the House?
Unanimous consent motions that deal with complex foreign affairs issues, I think there's pretty broad all-party consensus that there are better fora, better mechanisms available to parliamentarians to deal with those, and we're exploring those. Well, private members' motions, government motions, private members' bills, committee studies.
Does the government support the spirit of what she's trying to do with that motion?
I'll direct you. That's a foreign policy issue for the minister.
Liberal MPs are expressing concerns about Bill C5. There's a lot of pushback about you ramming it through this quickly. What's your defense?
Can you describe that pushback?
Nader Smith has raised concerns about it. We were just speaking with Marcus Pulaski, who said this was the best you could do with the time that you have.
And that's a lot. Look, we ran an election campaign on themes associated with getting the country's economy moving, with lowering interprovincial trade barriers, with giving ourselves the tools to build nation-building projects, create jobs. It has broad support across the country from premiers, as you well know, from unions who have been very vocal, from investors in the business community. This bill enjoys incredibly broad support, and we're pleased to be making progress on it.
The bill was to give cabinet broad sweeping powers. Would you be comfortable with a future government, say, led by someone like Pierre Poilievre, these powers?
I'm very comfortable that we require the ability to undertake big projects in this country, and this legislation enables that.
So the government looks to give cabinet broad powers on a variety of things, be it this, be it under C2, even to strip people of their immigration status depending on a public interest measure. Are you comfortable giving this kind of power to cabinet regardless of what the future may hold?
You're conflating a number of issues there. We have presented a border security bill that will make its way through the parliamentary process.
Oh yeah, no.
Receive all due examination.
Because they're just they'll just be talking to witnesses, and it's gonna.
You'd have to ask the Conservatives about their
with this much time to study, it's gonna get redundant.
Again, you'd
so
have
we'll
to
check
ask them
in
about their
again in about an
decision-making
hour.
process. But I for one, am happy that the government has come forward with this important legislation, and I look forward to seeing it passed.
Why not just ditch the current system, which requires these new powers to go around to fast track these projects? Why not just get rid of the Impact Assessment Act, get rid of these things that you guys are going around potentially to get these projects built?
There has been a lot of discussion of doing just that, a broader, more in-depth reform of our regulatory approval process, and that's something the government will be proceeding with.
Do you think our government's taking the right approach with C5?
Yeah. Any big stories?
I think it's really important that the legislation actually
You guys
does
wanna look at?
incorporate Section 35 rights and duty to consult in a number of different spaces, including not only the setup of the office, but also each independent project. I think your government's
Are there
taking the right
none?
approach with C5
Really?
in addressing Indigenous
That seems.
concerns.
I think that's a really
wild
excellent
to me.
question, and I think that that's something that's coming out during committee testimony right now. Look, I mean, this is a major issue for us as Canada. We have a commitment to Indigenous peoples.
You guys don't
we
like.
have
I mean,
constitutional.
I don't know if you count this as a good cinnamon bun place, but do they not have like a Cinnaholic? Cinnaholic has decent ones. Like it's maybe every third or fourth time I get a big tummy ache, but that's usually because it's like you're probably not supposed to eat all that in one go by yourself. That's my own fault. There's no, I guess, yeah, because it is Quebec. Fair enough. That's a bummer.
Rights. So to just have in C5, a commitment to consult is necessary. Is that sufficient? I think that is a really good question, and I think we're hearing that from Indigenous peoples. We certainly heard it from Chief Woodhouse yesterday, and I think this is something that the committee has to really dig deep into.
Does it have time? Do you support the bill? Does the committee have time to dig deep into anything at this point?
Well, that's what the committee is doing right now. Look, I'm going to let the committee do their work, but I think it's really important that we're hearing these concerns from Indigenous peoples. Look, there is a clear desire on the part of Canadians to be able to get big projects done in this country. We haven't been able to find the right balance in order to do that over.
Yeah, those people
they're
weak-willed.
Past decades, right? Not even just in recent history.
At this point, I'd settle for those ones.
There
Tim used
is
to carry with
a
icing.
duty and an obligation to ensure that Indigenous rights holders are part of this process. And so let's see what happens today during the committee process, and I think we'll have more clarity on that later today and tomorrow.
It seems like you have concerns on this bill, though, about this duty to consult. Is it sufficient as it in its current form?
I don't know the answer to that, and so I'm watching and seeing what's happening. I'm listening to the concerns that Indigenous peoples are bringing forward. I think that is something that is an obligation of the federal government to do, and quite frankly,
Didn't JD Vance get like banned from Blue Sky within like an hour of joining it? Coup?
You're not able to move big projects forward. That was something that certainly the last government tried to do with C-69. We can argue whether that was successful or not, but we have to get that balance right, because if you don't, the government will be facing court challenges. So in order to do that, they have to hear those voices, and they have to ensure that they are being included in the process. When you do things quickly like this, that makes for challenges. Like the first part of the bill with regards to internal trade, no issues whatsoever. That's something that I think is generally accepted across the country. The second part on Indigenous issues needs to be worked out. That's
Isn't that why the
really
coffee
important.
changed? Because when the Brazilians bought it, McDonald's bought up their
I'm not the government
coffee
house
source.
leader
You're
anymore.
the chair of the
That's-
finance committee, so I'm just curious about what you think about like a bill that will cut people's taxes, will give them breaks, is not necessarily going to pass the Commons before you guys go home.
Yeah,
but this one will.
that's a great question for the new government house leader.
Once they're like, hey, what if we tried selling pizzas of like, oh, you've completely lost your way. You don't even know what you are anymore.
Ouais, on a écouté mon collègue Nate Erskine Smith.
Oh, maybe that was
qui-
maybe it was a
dit ça en
joke.
français, mais this one, no, how what he said, that it would make Harper blush, right? De mettre
Mon
ça.
anglais est pas assez évolué pour ça.
Je ne sais pas comment
Allez-y
dire
dans
ça en
vos mots.
français, mais c'est quelque chose qui... Les conservateurs n'auront jamais mettre quelque chose comme ça en place. Il y a une raison pourquoi je crois que les conservateurs sont si ciblés d'appuyer ce projet de loi. Moi, comme
Oh,
j'ai
yeah,
dit en
and, like,
anglais,
just
la
the
première partie de
turkey-
ce projet de loi est excellent,
Turkey
comme
Bacon Club or
pour
whatever?
réduire les barrières internes de commerce. Ça, c'est quelque chose qu'on doit faire, qui est extrêmement
Also, hot chocolate is nearly like $3. I think that's just like there's like cocoa prices have gone through the roof, but
important. Et la deuxième partie, c'est quelque chose qu'on doit faire aussi, mais on doit voir la manière de le faire dans une manière qui inclut les peuples autochtones, qui est
because I don't know
conscient.
about you guys, but like when it's nighttime in the summer and it's not cold, but it's like it's just started to get cold relative to how hot it was during the day. Grabbing a hot chocolate is I don't know, it's like I buy into that whole like the Mediterranean thing where it's like the hot drinks cool you down. I don't know, just something about a hot chocolate on just not a cool summer night, but a coolish. It's good stuff. Canadian politicians have no riz, but the media environment feels like a riz prison. There's Ottawa bubble is a rizless place.
Et si on ne le fait pas dans une bonne
None of
manière,
us have riz.
ça va pas aider à construire des grands projets. Alors,
Oh yeah, no, for sure coffee all day, but like I do try to not have coffee past like 5 p.m. unless I'm like out at dinner.
je vois maintenant le travail
like a
qu'il fait le
nightcap.
comité. Je vais voir comment
Like finish
ça
off the meal.
comment ça déroule pendant les
That's
prochaines
always nice.
heures aujourd'hui, et on va voir comment ça va demain. Mais j'écoute aussi les craintes des peuples autochtones qui sont très valides, et ils ont les doigts dans
Vous
ce
pourriez
pays.
voter contre?
Je vais voir comment
Vous
ça
êtes pas sûr?
déroule. Non, mais
I mean, I think I can say this sort of like I think you could say Trudeau had a bit of riz when he came on the scene in 2015. I mean, just doing the shirtless runs, I think that those were definitely working on a certain segment of the population. I've heard Carney has a weird like dad riz kind of thing going for him.
Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec l'intention du projet de loi, mais je veux voir comment ça déroule aujourd'hui, et je veux encore écouter des peuples autochtones de comment ils se sentent.
What about splitting the bill like the block wants? Would you support that?
I've heard Phil Dunphy, but he does do the Jim looking into the camera thing, so I can see that as well. Carney has a weird, like, he always knows where that fucking camera is. Like, it's not like he, like, looks and has to, like, he'll just right into the camera, just...
How is your government addressing Indigenous concerns on Bill C-5? Do you have any concerns about this bill?
Well, I think that the most important thing is that Indigenous participation
in any projects is fundamental, along with meeting climate goals. So those two things are fundamental. So I think it's really a matter of communicating how this will actually work in implementation.
Does it give too much power to cabinet, though, to decide which laws apply to reviews, to decide which projects go through? It seems like it concentrates so much power in cabinet in the political office here. Aren't you concerned that that could result in overlooking those things?
I'm pretty confident this is going to be a collaborative process. This is what we were elected to do, to really move forward much more efficiently on assessments to get projects going. It doesn't cut any corners. It really is making everything more efficient and bringing everything into one collaborative assessment process. Get things done, and that's what Canadians elected us for.
Do you think the government's taking the right approach, though? Because we have seen protests already from Ontario chiefs, lots of concerns, even threats of resistance this summer, blockades, that sort of thing. What do you think the government should do to address that?
Well, I think we have to talk, we have to have those conversations, and we have to assure that that Indigenous participation is included all the way through, and I think that'll be the job ahead of us for the summer.
Well, that's been the joke, is he's doing liberal conversations.
Is it a bit too late to do that after the legislation is already passed?
Well, we have a limited time frame. It's important to get the framework in place, the legislation to.
We don't actually have a. This
so
is a self-imposed limited time frame.
Do you think I will know more too?
There's no requirement for this to be done by the summer.
No. I think we're going to be able to handle this in collaborative conversations. Thank you.
Do you think there's a little C5 in the way that's going through the House so quickly? And do you share any of the concerns that have been raised by environmentalists and Indigenous groups about it?
I understand their concerns. I'm not sure that I totally agree with their concerns, but I understand them. And yes, I've heard some.
Why don't you can you expand on that? What don't you agree, or what are your thoughts of the bill?
Well, I think as a government, there's a balancing act going on here. I think there's an urgency to get national projects going. I think the public wants that. I think we were elected to do that. And obviously, time is limited over the summer.
But do you think this gives the government?
Yeah, it's like,
power?
and it's like Bill C2, Bill C4, Bill C5. I don't even know what Bill C3 is. What is C3?
Well, it isn't a Conservatives' bill. It's our bill. Do I think it gives the government too much power? No, and I think especially at the moment, given the international situation, I think given the pressures from the United States, I think we need a strong Canada. And part of being a strong Canada is getting major projects going, getting access to critical minerals.
But if there's going to be a trade deal with the U.S. in the next 30 days, is this legislation still necessary
the
to move
citizen
back?
bill, the C3, people kind of liked C3 because that was the one that, I guess that one was also controversial depending on who you ask. So I think this was the one that was like, so if you're a Canadian citizen and you have children overseas, then that child is a citizen, I think.
Quickly.
Well, we don't know if there is going to be a trade deal with the United States. And either way, I mean, Trump continues to kind of pressure us and say that he wants us to become the 51st state. And I think we want a strong Canada. Being a strong Canada is having a strong economy. I think part of a strong economy is getting some of these major projects going.
What are you hearing from your constituents?
Well, yeah, because a lot of it is like, it's those red Tories as well.
I personally have not heard a lot from my constituents, but I certainly hear the voices out there, and I certainly hear the concern from the Indigenous community.
I think it's that one. So it's like that child would have Canadian citizenship, but then it's like if they have a child outside of Canada, they usually wouldn't. But I think now it makes that second generation Canadian citizen.
And I hear the concerns from the environmentalists.
And what do you say to them? Like, what do you say to these concerns?
Well, we're listening. I mean, there is an urgency to get this done in the short term. We only have, a couple more days of Parliament. Are we going to continue to put this on hold to tinker with it and make slight amendments? I think it's important we pass this legislation, and there's always an opportunity afterwards to amend it.
Does it strike the right balance of taking the time to carefully consider such important legislation if you're going to pass it this quickly? Like, have you struck the right balance on the urgency side here?
Well, given the urgency, maybe this is the best we're going to get under the circumstances, and the fact that we only have a few days to pass the legislation. I mean, is it the optimal balance? Perhaps it's not the optimal balance, but time is of the essence, I think, on this issue, and that's certainly one of the things that the bill is trying to address, the kind of long delay.
No, all of the, like, they've given hypotheticals, but basically all of the, like, this would be, all of the projects are hypothetical. They'd have to be considered first.
And getting major projects started.
You're like a month,
But it's
not
like
even into Parliament, and we're already
pipelines,
talking about this is the best we can get.
Energy corridors.
Well, we are only a month into Parliament, so we didn't have a whole lot of time beforehand to plan it and to get consultation and to get agreement.
But you don't have to do it this fast. This is a self-imposed.
Concerns that you're hearing. Like, I'm just trying to understand. You're sort of saying, well, this is the best we can do under the circumstances, but you're in control of the circumstances as the government.
I mean, if we wanted to sit all summer as a Parliament, I guess we could consider that. I guess that was considered.
That stuff is definitely
not
there.
to.
Like ports,
but there is an urgency given
like
the situation with the United States, given the threat and the ongoing threat, the existing tariffs that currently exist that have created a kind of an economic crisis. Part of our response to the economic crisis is to get these major projects going, to get money out there, to get employment up, to deal with unemployment.
Like, that's the thing, they're all hypothetical.
And we didn't have a lot of time
whatever
to do
if it goes through all of the consultations, the cabinet can basically decide whatever they want is within the national interest.
Government tried to do its best in terms of striking a balance between competing interests,
we're gonna reinvigorate national rail, and we're building it the old-fashioned way. That's why we need the criminal code exemptions.
Section 35 rights remain.
That joke's too dark. I'm not even going to say the punchline literally.
So am I deeply concerned that this is going to cause irreparable harm to the Indigenous? No, I think probably. And I don't think there is unanimity of opinion within the Indigenous population. There are certainly leaders who want to see development projects going.
The AFM chief, however, said that a bunch of First Nations right now, as you know, are fighting the wildfires right now. They haven't had time to actually study the legislation or even consult about it. So why not take the summer or just split the bill in two to make sure that the major projects part is passed a little bit later after consultation with those First Nations?
Sure, you could, but the urgency remains. I mean, Trump's still talking about wanting us to become the 51st state and making us quote-unquote pay. So I think what Canada needs is to have a strong economy, and this is part of creating a strong economy.
Do you have any thoughts on Canada restoring diplomatic ties with India? Was that the right move?
Yeah, I mean, India is a major trading partner. I think it's certainly our best interest to have good relations with India.
And do you think the Bishnoi gang should be declared a terrorist group? The Bishnoi gang? This is something BC's premier is calling for. Okay.
Thanks very much.
I want to get a bit more of an understanding about what about it you're having issues with.
Well, I gave a speech on Monday.
I know, but fresh day, new clip.
Do you think what are your concerns? Do you think the government's hearing your concerns, or the concerns that has been brought to it?
We have that speech lined up.
How they're trying to pass this bill.
I hope so, but look, we'll find out. I was just talking with a colleague on the Transport Committee, and they're going to do their work this afternoon, and I'll look at the bill tomorrow morning, and then I hope to see amendments, yeah.
What kind of amendments are you hoping to see?
So I mentioned two in my speech that I am very much hoping to see, and it's to make sure that we require the government to consider certain factors. There are factors in the bill, they're good factors. Consideration of environmental protections, climate change considerations of Indigenous rights. Rather than may consider, the government must consider those factors, I think. And the second piece is to make sure that the government doesn't have this unchecked power to exclude the operation of any law. Where a law is to be repealed, the House should be repealing that law.
So one of your colleagues just suggested that this is the best the government could do with the time they have. If there are other hesitations about ramming this through, are you hoping other Liberal MPs are feeling more emboldened to push back? What do you make of other people expressing reservations within your own party?
Well, it's a funny thing to say it's the best we could do with the time we got, because we could always take a little bit more time. But I would say I gave my speech on Monday, and I'm just gonna wait to see what the committee does. I got a lot of trust in the colleagues on that committee, and hope they improve the bill. bill, and I'll look at the bill tomorrow morning, and
Oh,
I might have more to say.
there I am.
What does this say to you about how Prime Minister Mark Carney might govern and deal with Parliament in pieces of legislation? If this is the first major one we're seeing it move, do you think this might set a precedent or speak to how he plans to operate the government?
Yo, all of the Ip Man movies, the Ip Man movies are free on YouTube. Are you kidding me? I can just watch these? Yeah. Like, look at this. I think, well, it looks, from what I can see, it says there's 3 here. This is just the whole movie. I gotta watch it in 1080p. It's the entire movie. If it's, well, I probably can't watch it. I haven't seen any of them. I'm gonna watch them now. Ooh, I down to watch Ong Bak. I don't see Ong Bak. You know what also is a really fun movie? I don't know if I'll say good, but I'll say fun. Is The Great Wall with Matt Damon. That's a great movie. And I know you're saying, oh, it's going to be one of these white states. No, it's not. Not at all. Not at all. He barely does anything. He does like one thing at the end. But like most of it is like... Oh, yeah. Ip Man's, this is about the, like, this is the guy who, like, trained Bruce Lee, right?
Thanks for going easy on me.
I think that's what, like, the whole third one's about.
I mean, when it comes to...
Why does everyone keep talking of our possible annexation as the 51st state? Doesn't that give importance to the U.S. Republican framing, and Mexico has states, Brazil has states?
To this particular legislation, and
possibly, I think it's just because that's just
the
catch
Free Trade and Labor Mobility
recognizes.
Act by Canada Day, so it's important we move quickly. I think that's relatively non-controversial, frankly. Obviously, standing up the Major Projects Office and getting things moving quickly so we build this country up is important too. The Building Canada Act could provide an important framework for that, and getting it done quickly could prove useful. I do understand that.
As of 9:22 p.m. Oh, good googly moogly. From the IDF. Immediate warning of employees and all people in the red area of the map within the cities of Iraq and Kandab. The Israeli army is operating in this area as it has been doing throughout Iran in recent days to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. Dear citizens, for your safety and health, we ask that you leave the designated area on the map within the cities of Iraq. And that's just the whole thing, isn't it? So like this, so they're actually doing boots on the ground. I'm not saying that, like, Jesus.
But I also think we've got to make sure we address any unintended consequences, and so, it would be preferable to me that the committee take more time than one day at this point. But look, the committee is, at least as I understand it, they're going to hear from
There's a
some
nuclear
witnesses. They've got
heavy
time to
water
do some clause by
research
clause.
reactor.
It is a short bill. It's an impactful bill, but it's a short bill, and so
I hope
is that the
that's
committee's
just.
able to make
I
some
hope that's
amendments,
not.
but look,
I hope that's
we'll
just
see.
a rumor.
How many Liberal MPs do you think would you say approximately share your views on this bill?
I don't know. I speak for myself, you know.
Are you concerned this is what legislation is going to look like? This is the process it's going to go through? It's going to be about speed? It's going to be about getting things done?
Not all legislation.
Yeah, no, there was even like some I guess what you would say anti-regime Iranian accounts who were getting pissed at like the IDF and Netanyahu, because they're putting out these alerts that like what time is it in Iran? It's 5:20. So this was that tweet was put out just before 5 a.m. And it's like most of them don't. So it's like, how would they even know?
Will operate in this fashion, right? So we saw C2 introduced. C2, I think, was
even if
debated yesterday.
Most of them would probably be asleep, even if they did have
today. But C2, we're not going to deal with. And I know there's some concerns I've heard from civil liberties organizations, for example, and I share some of those concerns. In another life, I volunteered for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, and so that bill is we're going to take the summer. We're going to come back in the fall. The committee's going to properly study that, and so this is I think a unique bill in that this is a particularly key part of the agenda that the government and the Prime Minister wanted to see through to set the stage for building this country up in a relatively short period of time. I do respect that. I think we should move quickly to get good projects built as fast as possible. But that's not to say we should have unfettered discretion and unchecked power in the government. We've got to make sure there are guardrails. Thanks very much.
Your concerns about C5 being rammed?
Any concerns for your constituents on C5, the pace the government's taking?
No, I think we're doing what's absolutely necessary. It's an important piece of legislation.
Then what do you make of the concerns from the AFN environmental groups that you're ramming this bill through?
I don't think we're ramming it through. I think we're getting it through done with accelerated speed. It's something we campaigned on. It was part of the platform, and appropriate consultations will take place. I'm not worried about that. People are right to express their concerns, but their concerns will be addressed and the consultation will take place. I'm really not concerned about it. I think it'll end up going through.
But why is such a major piece of legislation? Like, this is moving faster than the typical parliamentary process.
Well, look, we're here for 4 weeks. We promised to do this in the campaign. It's important to do it. Commitment was to get this done by July 1st. You know what's going on, with our neighbor to the south and around the world. It's important. We need to get it done. We need to get it done quick, and we promised to do it, and we're fulfilling our promise.
Would you trust the Conservative government with this?
Oh yeah. Would we have to update it to the 52nd state? Especially because it's there is probably, I think statistically now, we definitely bring it up more than Trump even does. He'll go a little bit without bringing it up, and I understand those are kind of apples to oranges sort of thing. But it's that's just the sound bite that's in the zeitgeist, so they just keep repeating it. No, I think it definitely has a shelf life.
Right now, we're making decisions, and I've got to go to caucus, guys. Thanks.
The CISA's report says India is one of the top perpetrators of foreign interference, yet we're restoring diplomatic ties with the country. How do we
keep an eye out? Because you might hear/see me.
Look, I think what's clear is that the investigation with respect to what happened in Surrey continues. The RCMP has an active investigation, and it is important that Canada, as a rule of law country, continue that work. And of course, we've had difficult conversations with the Indian government, and that will continue. There is no way in which a third country can come into Canada and implement its using proxies, be involved in the murder of a Canadian, and we have expressed our concerns.
I mean, they're bringing it up to push back against it, but it's they always do this thing where they
that's been
in any argument
RCMP,
they have with the political opponents. The Liberals seem to have this weird thing where they just accept their opponent's framing and argue from there rather than
I note
trying to reframe it in a way that's
the
better
comments
for
by Premier Eby asking for the
listing
listing
it's what they campaigned
the
on.
Lawrence
Sure.
Bisnoy Group
So
as an entity under the
they want to maintain
terrorist
it
entity under the
to
criminal
get
code.
Squeeze as much juice
as
out
you're
of it
aware,
as
this
possible.
is an independent process that goes through our public security agencies, and upon their recommendation, I will be able to take that decision to Cabinet. We haven't received a formal request by Premier Eby, we look forward to engaging him on a range of issues, including this one.
Do you have assurances from the RCMP that India has stopped its campaign of co-opting and like attacking Canadian citizens on Canadian soil? They were very public about that last October. Now we're reopening our High Commission in India.
It is absolutely clear that as a government, we condemn any interference by foreign actors in Canada. The RCMP, as you're aware, is completing its ongoing investigation, and they will have more to say.
So did the government bring up Nijar? Showing your government is considering whether to declare it a terrorist group now? Just to clarify.
Look, the national security apparatus are continuously assessing organizations that we may consider listing as entities under the criminal code. This doesn't mean it's an active
until I get a Wall Street Journal
I will
update,
say that at all times our security apparatus will assess the threats and whether they meet the legal threshold that's in the criminal code for the listing.
Is your government
prepared for protests and pushback on C2, C5?
Sometimes you just gotta keep yelling while they walk away.
Concerns from First Nations. Do you think your government is taking the right approach here?
So I've been listening to Indigenous communities for the past week, hearing their feedback, hearing their concerns. I think what's really needed right now is communication, and communication back and forth. What we're hearing from Indigenous leaders is that they just want to be communicated with about this. Because really what we're talking about is future projects. You know, there might be a few, there may be many, but the hypothetical projects. So it's hard to consult on hypothetical projects that might only impact a few. But what we are hearing and what's within the legislation that we have to be sure of is that the legislation reaffirms Section 35, Aboriginal Treaty Rights. It's going to be compliant with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and that we're ensuring that the future projects, if amended or anything like that, have to meet the consultation tests set out. And so every part of this moving forward is about communicating with them how this is going to unfold. And we're continuing to listen to them now, continuing to hear from their concerns, and they're going to have some time at committee, and I've been in constant touch with not only my chiefs in Nova Scotia, but also the national chief, and trying to figure out how we can better communicate moving forward.
Do you believe the bill should be split up, pass the internal trade stuff now, and let this sit for over the summer? I think that we got elected on a platform that said we were going to do this by July 1st. And I, as a member of Parliament for the Liberal government, as well as 4 other Indigenous people in our caucus, we all campaigned on getting something done by July 1st. Canadians want us to meet the moment. Canadians want us to meet the moment on these, and that's what we're expecting to do. Where I feel the importance is that these big projects are hypothetical. So we're looking at a framework for the projects, not the actual development of it. And we're creating a framework that respects Indigenous rights, respects UNDRIP, and that moves forward in a process over the summer where we engage not only the proponents of this, but we're engaging the Indigenous people. And clearly within the legislation, it sets out what factors have to be considered. Indigenous interests are a part of that, which means meaningful equity, meaningful participation, and meaningful projects in order for these large projects to be successful.
So if the House is going to vote on this by Friday, what engagement can we still do in 2 days?
We've been talking. I've been talking with chiefs for at least 10 days on this, asking their thoughts since we introduced it. And really what we haven't done properly is communicated what's in the legislation. I know that chiefs tend to be busy with what's going on in their communities. That's why I've asked ministers to proactively reach out to their local leaders and say, here's what's in the legislation, what are your concerns about the actual legislation?
But they're saying that they weren't even consulted before the legislation. Like, you're talking about it needs to be communicated to them now, but a lot of these groups are saying that they weren't even communicated before. And does this show that there's
the defense seems to be that well, all the people who were concerned just don't really understand what's in the bill. And I'm like, well, what happens? And I didn't get this question off, but it's like, what happens when you if you explain what's in the bill to them correctly, and then they still don't like what's in the bill? What are you going to do then?
Well, if you're looking at the duty to consult legally, and I used to teach this as a professor of Aboriginal treaty rights at Cape Breton University, the duty to consult is triggered when there's a project that's adversely could impact an Indigenous community. Because we're talking about hypothetical projects in a framework right now, what we're doing is saying the framework we're putting the framework forward, but the important part is once we've identified a project where it could impact Indigenous rights, that's when consultation happens.
Yeah, and the
that's
thing is,
when we're
usually
have
you're
the
supposed
dialogue,
to
and
do
that's
that
when
communication
Section
before
35
you
Aboriginal
table the
and treaty
bill,
rights
so
come
that
into
you
play.
can
And we're saying all
get
of those
this out of the
things
way.
continue to be in the legislation. I just think that the communication hasn't happened where they're properly reflecting the clauses within this, and that this is not about this Bill C5 is about developing a framework for the projects, not about developing the projects right now.
So groups should not have been consulted about this legislation before?
I don't know anything about the cabinet powers that, I'm reading the legislation as most folks are and saying that this is what's in the legislation, but what's clear in the legislation is that in order for you to move forward on these legislative pieces, that you actually have to not only advance Indigenous interests, but also look at our climate targets on that. And I think those are some of the main concerns that I've heard from my Indigenous stakeholders.
Does this hurt the government's relationship with Indigenous communities?
Sorry?
Yeah, and it's like it's threatening a lot of the relationship building they've spent the past
on a flight
nearly
that
10
once
years
we're on the
building.
plane, we're going to be able to have the conversations. We're going to do the work over the summer. I'm confident that we're going to do the work over the summer to engage, talk about how do we move forward on this while still ensuring that we meet what the Prime Minister has said is having this done by July 1st.
Ontario First Nations say they don't trust the government to consult properly, and they're planning resistance this summer. We could see blockades and that sort of thing. Are you worried about an Idle No More too?
I'm always concerned when Indigenous communities don't feel that they're being heard. We know that the provincial legislation came through before our legislation came through. They are both called Bill C5s. So there is a lot of confusion right now in our communities that have been hearing about Ontario's Bill 5, and I've been asked even before we introduce any legislation, what's your stance on this on Bill 5? And because there were so many people against the provincial one, we saw that translate to a lot of distrust over the federal one. And I've had to call people many times and say they're two separate legislations, but what we're hoping to be able to do is come from this meeting, come from this week, and saying, yes, we move this fast, but we're planning to move forward, communicating with you fully over the next few weeks and months, and ensuring that you're participants, meaningful partners in this. And that's it.
Do you plan to sit down with Ontario Chiefs? Does your government plan to do that?
I don't know if our government is going to do that. I always am open to meeting with any of the chiefs, regional chiefs. I've talked to regional chiefs from across the country, friends in Ontario. I know the concerns, but what I'm really trying to do is
Idle no more. Again,
open, keep the lines of communication open, and really find ways to communicate properly what we're doing here with this legislation. Thank you very much.
So just asking you again, sir, about the evacuations. Ambassador Huckabee in Jerusalem is talking about getting Americans out of Israel on cruise ships, on aircraft, I presume to Cyprus, to Athens, places like that. What do you think? Is external foreign affairs doing anything like that?
So Foreign Affairs, our department has constant contingency plans for every possibility. So right now, all our officials are always looking at every option. What is safety and security is our number one issue. So there are many lines of work that Global Affairs has. The number one issue is the safety and security of Canadians abroad. That is on their agenda. So they'll be looking at the safest and best ways for those Canadians who want to return home to come home. It's a little early now to say what other countries are doing. We will be in constant contact. We have already been in constant touch with all our allies, and there will be concerted efforts, and we will be working together.
Sorry, are there plans for an evacuation of Canadians?
There are always contingency plans for any possible problem in any country. Every mission around the world has a plan for what happens whether you've got a natural disaster or a war or a civil unrest. We have plans, so there are always plans.
Could Americans help evacuate Canadians?
We've helped Americans I would hope they would help us whenever we have that. We work with all our, particularly our NATO allies, but also our Commonwealth allies and allies around the world in many, many ways. So we have, just as we did during the COVID evacuation, we will always work with other countries, and they have certain skills, we have certain skills, we'll work together.
And how many Canadians right now are in Israel that could...
I don't have an exact number. I believe it's in the low thousands. Thanks.
Thank you for stopping.
Against the economic threat posed by President Trump, Canadian politicians have rightly renewed calls for building up our country. I'm one of them. It is a nation-building moment.
This was a pretty
strong
nuts
and resilient
speech.
domestic economy is a priority.
So liberal
of course,
going after his
and
own
to that end, we
government's,
should remove unreasonable barriers to
marquee
economic
piece
growth.
of legislation
If
so
a rule
far.
doesn't contribute to the public interest, or if its negative cost is disproportionate to any positive
You've
contribution,
been evacuated by the Canadian
we should do
government?
away with it. But that doesn't mean we should pursue economic growth no matter the cost. Depending on the project, there may be competing public interest considerations: biodiversity and habitat protection, indigenous rights, climate change, long-term cost effectiveness, democratic participation, and more. Yet, under the guise of responding to the threat posed by Trump, we are sacrificing other important values. We aren't thinking about unintended consequences, and we are actively undermining our parliamentary democracy. Consider the case of two Bill 5s, Doug Ford's Bill 5 and the federal government's Bill C-5. Ontario's Bill 5 became law last week. It gutted habitat protection just to start, but it also enacted the Special Economic Zones Act to give the government unnecessarily and disproportionately unchecked power. Effectively, the government can now designate special economic zones and then exempt or alter any provincial or municipal law that would apply to a company or project within those zones. Eco-Justice rightly called it a threat to democracy. Worse. The Ford government shut down democratic debate, curtailed committee scrutiny, and jammed the bill through the legislature. Now, okay, par for the course for Doug Ford, maybe. Fair. But Eco-Justice has also called the federal government's Bill C-5 a threat to democracy. And no liberal government should welcome that accusation. Worse, in Bill C-5, in Bill 5 deja vu, this federal government is proposing to shut down democratic debate, curtail committee scrutiny, and jam the bill through the legislature. It would all actually make Harper blush. Liberals would rightly scream, that we would scream if a federal conservative government attempted the same. Now, okay, fairly, while they share similar goals, and yes, they suffer some similar defects, the federal Bill C-5 isn't exactly the same as Ford's. I mean, Part 1 of our legislation, the Free Trade and Labor Mobility Act, it usefully aims to harmonize federal and provincial rules where reasonably possible. The idea is simple: to avoid duplicative regulation of goods, services, and labor where federal and provincial rules are comparable. And yes, of course, the devil is in the details of assessing what comparable means, but it is a welcome move. The problems with Bill C-5 lie in Part 2, the Building Canada Act. Its purpose is clear: to get national interest projects built more quickly. Okay, so far, so good. The proposed law streamlines authorizations at the same time as it emphasizes the importance of climate action and Indigenous rights. It's a huge and positive distinction from Ford's Bill 5. At no point does Ford's bill even mention climate change or the need to consult with affected Indigenous rights holders. But despite its promise, the proposed Building Canada Act has two major faults. First, it gives the government unfettered discretion in designating national interest projects. And second, similar to Ford's Bill 5, it gives the government unchecked power to exclude or alter any law that would otherwise apply to such a project. The Minister of Natural Resources, he set the stage for Bill C-5 in a May 23rd speech, calling for a renewed spirit of building by reframing the national conversation. No more asking why build. The real question is, how do we get it done? It would be wise, in my view, of the government to take its own advice when it comes to Bill C-5. Rather than defending the why, the idea of the bill, we should refocus our attention on the how we pass it. In other words, we should improve the bill and respect democratic participation as we do so. First, we should welcome greater parliamentary and civil society scrutiny. The government's proposed guillotine motion seeks to limit parliamentary debate at every stage of the bill. More concerning, it will jam all expert and public testimony and all committee scrutiny in less than 2 days. For what? Consider that Parliament isn't currently scheduled to sit between June 20th and September 15th.
We are rushing legislation through Parliament under the auspices of an urgent threat, but we aren't willing to put Parliament to work for what, an additional week to get things right? The debate on amendments does not need to be rushed. We could easily extend committee hearings by an additional week, provide resources for the committee to sit every day, and engage in a more thoughtful process to hear from experts, improve the bill, and pass it through the House by Canada Day. Beyond improving the process, we should also fix the substance of Bill C-5. First, Section 5 currently gives the government unfettered discretion to designate national interest projects. There's a list of specified factors at 5 sub 6 that the government may consider, including the interests of Indigenous people, as well as clean growth and meeting Canada's objects with respect to climate change. That's all good. But as currently drafted, the government does not need to consider any or all of these factors. We can and should change that. We could either mandate the government to consider these public interest factors, or we could require that national interest projects not be inconsistent with them. Simply, Parliament should be more prescriptive.
Parlview is always really quiet. Oh, now I'm very loud.
Second, Section 22 would empower the government to exclude the operation of any law from a project it has deemed to be in the national interest. Combined with the unfettered power to designate such projects, it effectively does away with Parliament. An easy fix. Remove this unnecessary and disproportionate power from the law. The government can always amend regulations as it sees fit, but it should return to this place, the House of Commons, if a law duly passed by this place is to be excluded or altered in any given situation. If there's a rationale for excluding the operation of a particular law, of course, we can move quickly as needed. There are no doubt other possibilities to improve the law. It may well make more sense to limit the unique process to the next 3 years instead of the next 5. We could require that ministerial advice with respect to conditional authorizations be made public. Expert testimony will likely offer other good ideas if we care to listen. For my part, I will support Bill C-5 here at second reading to send it to committee, because it is time to build, and good projects should be built more quickly. I will vote against the government motion that would hinder the work of the parliamentary committee tasked with public hearings and improving the legislation. And I will vote for Bill C-5 at further stages only if it is amended substantively. We don't make laws in this place for one government, for one prime minister. The laws we pass are binding on all future governments of all political stripes. Even a time-limited law like this one establishes a precedent. If passed as it is, Bill C-5 is a dangerous precedent that will enable conservatives to gut environmental protections when they are in power next. President Trump is a threat to our economy. Of that, there is no doubt. My constituents overwhelmingly voted for a government and leader ready to act, to respond to Trump forcefully, and to build up our country thoughtfully, but not at the expense of our democracy, environmental protections, and Indigenous rights. Thank you.
We begin in Ottawa, where the federal government is focused on getting its nation-building bill through the House of Commons. This despite pushback from some Indigenous leaders and even some Liberal MPs. Cody Blois is a Nova Scotia Liberal MP and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, and he joins me now. Cody Blois, good to see you again. Thanks for being here, sir. David. Well, look, the committee is meeting all night to hear from witnesses and go through the legislation. Still, people feel this is being rushed. Why is this an adequate amount of time to bring in legislation as significant as C-5?
Well, look, the government has a mandate for change, and the Prime Minister was elected some 45 days ago to advance the economic interests of this country. We're in a very perilous time. We're sitting here in a very nice studio in Ottawa. David, it can feel comfortable, but the economy is under duress from what we're seeing from unjustified and illegal tariffs from the United States, particularly on our steel and aluminum industry. We do have a trade deficit that the Prime Minister is going to have to tackle. The things that we have taken on as a government in the first 3 or 4 weeks back to Parliament is all centered on driving the Canadian economy, and C-5 is part of that, as is some of the affordability measures that we've introduced, along with the 2% defense target. So this is what we ran on. This is what we were just elected to do, which is build big projects in this country. But what I want to address, and we'll have the opportunity here today, is what this bill is and what it isn't.
We're on a break.
This bill is about enhancing economic opportunity in this country for all Canadians, including Indigenous Canadians.
Look, and the goal, the stated intention of this legislation as an objective of this government was very clear throughout the election campaign in the days since. But it's the fine print of legislation that people want extra time to look at, right? Like even Nader Smith, you know, who is in your caucus, saying that we should take a little bit more time to make sure we get it right. Why are we shutting the
There's some
debate
cult of
down
the lamb
and
all the-
curtailing committee scrutiny? I mean, this is coming from inside the House here.
Nate's one member. He is always entitled to his voice. He's always been very vocal in the House of Commons. But at the same time, there are many proponents and many members of Parliament that are saying we have to be able to
He's just one
advance
guy.
projects that matter to this national interest. There are Indigenous communities in this
Annoying.
Indigenous.
Refresh. Everyone refresh.
Indigenous communities in this country. The Prime Minister has been very clear. It's going to have to be partnership with Indigenous communities. There is, look, I have the legislation right here. It's 18 pages. It's not a very complicated bill.
Oh, yes.
Really between two things. One, about removing federal barriers to interprovincial trade. This is something we've talked about at a great length.
That's not controversial at all, that
Second
part.
piece
Yeah.
is around really trying to find ways to take the multitude
Oh,
of
wait,
federal
no, he's right. That part
regulations.
isn't controversial.
There is the Department of Fisheries. There is the Department of Transport. There might be the Department of Environment. And streamlining that to one federal decision. It's not about making shortcuts. It's about taking many concurrent processes and driving it into one process. Nothing in this act takes away from Section 35 rights. Nothing in this act takes away from the Indigenous participation in major projects.
Right.
And one of the 5 principles, David, in the legislation is that it has to support Indigenous communities and nations in this country.
Right, and look, I know there is language in there that says they must consult, and there's no wiggle room in that. But, you know, here we are in the middle of June. What nation building project doesn't go ahead if you take until the end of June to pass this legislation and give parliamentarians an extra week and a little bit more committee time and maybe erase some of the skepticism and reduce some of the doubt that exists even with people who support your government and broadly support the intentions of this legislation?
Well, you just referenced Minister LeBlanc. I think it was Chris Fox before the committee right now as we're speaking. The work is undertaken by parliamentarians. It's 18 pages long, David.
Yeah.
So this is not a 300-page bill. It's 18 pages. It creates a framework. Nothing in C5 takes away Indigenous rights, takes away.
Oh, what is
the
happening? What
desire
happened to my
of the government
camera?
To make sure that we are
Pay
advancing
no attention
on
to the
issues around climate and environment. It sets forward a framework for a conversation. We have no time
See
to
way
waste.
too much
We
of
were
my.
just elected for change in this country. I can go back to where I just started this conversation. Go talk to a steel worker in Hamilton right now. Talk about steel workers, people who are being impacted by U.S. tariffs. The Prime Minister was very clear throughout the entire campaign. Canada can give itself more internally than anyone can take away from us. This legislation is about
There we
doing
go.
just this.
Fixed it.
It's about creating a framework so the government can get down to having these conversations with Indigenous communities to say, here is a
Also, if you refresh your Twitch, it should
Let's talk about
enable
if this is
the
something that you would be
plugin
involved
for
in from an equity perspective. Let's talk about if this is something you would like to see
Cult
happen
of the
in
Lamb.
your territory, so that we can get these projects approved and move forward to drive the national cause.
Look, I appreciate the bill is not that long, only 18 pages, but a bill doesn't have to be long to be significant in its consequence, right? And it is moving fast, but not rushing. That is the challenge on doing things like this. And there are like well-intentioned people suggesting that maybe you're going a little bit too fast. I mean, the election was only April 28th. It hasn't been 2 months. Parliament has only just been recalled, and now this legislation that rewrites how major projects get approved while promising to guardrail, you know, Section 35 rights and environmental protection. Normally something like this takes a heck of a lot more time to study and consult, and I appreciate the urgency created by what's coming out of Washington, but unintended consequences are still consequences, right? And people aren't asking for this to stop. They're asking for it to slow down, maybe for a week or two, and take into July if necessary.
The Prime Minister has said we'll take as much time as necessary. So
We're still here.
And the desire is that every day that passes is one day less that the government is not having a framework that takes the multitude of federal regulatory.
And in fairness to the Liberals, if they didn't get this done by the summer,
finds a process to be able to sit down with Indigenous communities,
and they went on,
to
well, I
identify
mean,
as
then
part of the
just
project
don't go on
conditions
summer break.
the elements
Work
in
through
which
the
we can
summer,
make
or
sure
work
we are
longer into the
mindful
summer.
of the impact on species, the impact on environment.
But most of them already booked their plane tickets home for tomorrow night.
takes away from the existing laws and constitutional requirements in this country, but it sets forward a process for the provinces, for the private sector, and Indigenous communities to get to the table to build the big projects, because we do have to be quicker. We have to be able to find a way to make these projects work without compromising the public policy values that undermine all of the statutes we're talking about.
I know the Prime Minister said take as much time as is necessary, but there's a reason the Transport Committee is going clause by clause till midnight tonight. It's to get it done in a short, compressed time frame, and the plan, as it stands right now, is for Parliament to approve this and then rise by the end of this week, is it not? Like, the goal is to get this done by Friday. That's not as much time as
the goal is to set forward a framework in legislation that allows us to sit down to be able to identify a few.
Yeah, no, it is. It's sort of a like. Also, when it's like it's. The reason they have to hand it in before summer break is because they said they have to hand it in before summer break. Okay. The Twitch integration should be working. Thing should come up and be like, your did not work. That's annoying. Oh yeah, no, my hair is wild right now. Why isn't the Cult of the Lamb thing working? Oh, I have to change my category to Cult of the Lamb. That's what it is. And then it will work.
About perhaps maybe a dozen to 20. I don't want to put an exact number, but that is kind of the parameters of what we're talking about here. Major national projects, some of which, by the way, have been in the hopper for quite some time. But we need to be able to make sure that there's a pathway. I'll give you an example. In some projects that are nation building in this country, you may have multiple approvals and authorizations from certain federal agencies, and others where their process has not even started. How do we find a way to
it should work now, because it doesn't work when the category isn't set as Cult of the Lamb.
Premier Ford. Not my job to weigh in, but there is clear elements of provincial legislation where I don't think there was a thoughtful approach on this. Everything that this government is intending to do is to sit down.
There we go.
Who is sitting in this chair would tell you that he's been meeting with hundreds of
There should be a little button on the left of the screen that comes up now.
Weeks ago, and we did talk about this, but it was kind of before we got to the nitty-gritty analysis of the legislation. But quickly, before I let you go, I do want to play that clip of Doug Ford, because the Premier of Ontario is out today, and he is also pushing the fast-track projects. You have Bill C5, he had Bill 5, he has passed it.
That will allow you to create a follower for the cult.
Ongoing national conversation. This is what Doug Ford had to say earlier today.
But this is like handing an opportunity on a silver platter to First Nations. There's going to be a point that you can't just keep coming hat in hand all the time.
It should be working now.
You got to be able.
It wasn't working before. That was the problem.
You literally have gold mines, nickel mines, every type of critical mineral that the world wants, and you're saying, no, I don't want to touch that.
There we go.
By the
Yeah.
way, give me money. Not going to happen.
You know, cap in hand, I know this is not the position of the federal government of Canada, but is that a helpful thing to hear from the Premier of Ontario at this moment in time?
I want to be very clear on behalf of the Prime Minister, because you're right, David, I can only speak for our Prime Minister, our government. Our intention is very clear. We want Indigenous communities to be partners as a part of moving forward projects that are of major significant national economic interest that can help support Indigenous communities across the country, that help support the country, while also making sure that we reconcile this with Canada's clear commitment on climate and environment. Those things can be accomplished, but we do have to find a way to streamline. That's exactly what this bill is about, but it's not about taking shortcuts in terms of partnering, and that's the word I want, because I represent 3 Indigenous communities in Kings Hants, David. Sebeganegedy, Annapolis Valley First Nation and Glooscap, if not for the government, let me speak to my own constituents that this bill is about enabling legislation to help support the advancement of projects that matter across this country.
Okay. Cody Blois, Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. We appreciate you coming in. Thanks for your time today, sir.
Thank you, Dave.
The federal government's centerpiece nation-building bill is facing pushback from some Indigenous leaders, saying it undermines treaty rights and lacks consultation.
First Nations are united, and they're united against, wanting to, they want prosperity, but they don't want it at the expense of our rights. 7 days to work on that is so unacceptable.
The legislation, which the government calls the One Canadian Economy Bill, would give Mark Carney's cabinet new powers to fast-track projects such as mines, pipelines, and ports. The government is aiming to pass the legislation by this Friday, saying it's needed at a critical time
so
for the
fast.
economy.
Canada needs to be able to build
Yeah.
strategic infrastructure, transport.
Would you like to join my cult? What skins do you offer?
Networks that are essential for Canadians.
Can I do the gritty?
This is an opportunity for the federal government to work with provinces and territories and with Indigenous partners to identify and accelerate the projects we need right now.
Natan Obed is the president of the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami and is one of the Indigenous leaders who spoke against the bill in the Senate earlier this week, and he joins me now. Natan Obed, it's really good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Happy to be here.
Let's start with the basic premise here, the government's defense of the bill, about the necessity of it. How do you feel about the necessity of this piece of legislation for the country at this point in time?
Inuit are in agreement that we are in a
Why are you awake?
essential action is needed. How you get to that action and how you involve Inuit in that process, in many ways, is the question. And we have spent the last 50 years negotiating with Canada for constructive arrangements, modern treaties.
Oh yeah, it's because he died, and then I brought him back to life, and now he's like shell-shocked.
Together, and that the relationship doesn't have to be undermined by exceptional times.
Right, so on that, I mean, is it the language in the legislation itself? Is it the intention of the legislation? Or is it the process by which it is being pushed?
What can I build?
That's the problem.
At this point, I think all three. There is a worrisome trend in this government to use language concerning
hydrate.
First Nations.
I will
and
have a beer.
Métis
Don't mind
as
if I do.
Canadian law does not define the terms that are being used. So you'll find within Section 2 of the Building Canada Act mention of Indigenous peoples and a consultation of things that on paper look like they make sense.
Right.
But upon closer consideration, and especially with the Prime Minister and with other ministers describing the intent of the legislation and how it intends to be implemented, there is a huge departure from the provisions in our modern treaties and the way they are protected, and in many ways, the way that they would merge into a good bill.
So give me an example of how those two don't reconcile. Like what is it you see in the legislation versus what you would expect under what is, in your view, well, not your view, the court's view of the settled law of the country?
Yeah. So Inuit have modern treaties. We also have a number of Supreme Court rulings that articulate the implementation of our existing rights. We also very recently have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples legislation.
Your government's commitment is not quite clear when your government swaps dirty energy with conventional energy and talks about becoming a conventional energy superpower.
Defined in a particular way within.
Also, when we're talking about decarbonized oil pipelines.
If a proponent of a project is listed as a project of national interest, how interested is that party going to be in negotiating a fulsome impact and benefit agreement with Inuit communities? How does this legislation merge with the provisions within our legislation around institutions of public government or co-management? These are just open questions.
Right.
Perhaps there are answers to these questions that are logical and that safeguard our existing place in Canadian law. But at this point in time, we don't know, so we often think the worst.
Right, and because it's going so fast, and because of history, right? There are some legitimate reasons.
It's a keto
that the bottom line
LNG.
is that if a project is given the designation, the fear, the way the legislation is written, the existing treaties, the existing case laws become subordinate to that, that the interests of the national project supersede all the other interests.
Yeah. And I think of the genesis of this particular bill, often discussed at First Ministers' meetings. There have been a number of them in the last few months, all of which have completely excluded rights-holding nations, Inuit and Métis leaders.
Dehydrated water.
We still don't have a sense of
Dehydrogenated water.
And the Prime Minister have come up with that would populate the implementation of this bill, which is not only anti-democratic, it just is stupid.
Not to put too fine a point on it, right? But yeah, like I know there's a wish list that got put on the table, but they need to parse that down and decide what are going to be the ones that go forward, right? And you would like to know that ASAP.
So for Inuit, our modern treaties encompass about 40% of Canada's landmass, about 72% of Canada's coastline. We either own outright or co-manage that entire space.
Right.
We hold decision-making authority on major projects, on any projects, natural resource projects or others that happen within our settlement regions, within the entirety of the Canadian Arctic and Inuit Nunangat. So we have a very practical role to play in Canada's confederation. And in this point in time, and in other points in time where there has deemed to be a national interest in exceptional circumstances, we seem to be the first ones to lose our rights.
Ooh, everyone get ready, because you might have a chance to make your own follower now.
And you're right, it was just the territorial and provincial premiers and the Prime Minister and his cabinet there. PJ Akiaguk, I struggle with him. Akiaguk, thank you very much.
Akiaguk.
Nunavut, though, he did make the point, along with Premier Simpson of the Northwest Territories, that
follower raffle.
They are advocating for have Inuits
jump in there.
Partnership, ownership. I don't know if you know specifically what they're doing, but the Premier of Nunavut was emphatic.
You have to be paying attention, though.
What they were advocating for, this was taken into consideration. I guess that isn't full reassurance because that's project specific as opposed to framework compliant.
Is it giving anyone the opportunity to join?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
So the idea that Nunavut-Tunngavik and the government of Nunavut have decided that there are certain projects within the jurisdiction of Nunavut that
it just doesn't say there's any participants yet.
And the same perhaps in the Northwest Territories with the Inuvialuit.
You can go in and create your own character.
Those are best practices. The process that has been undertaken.
It asks you to customize first? That's interesting.
Is the weakness in this stance. And Nunavut-Tunngavik has written a letter, as have all the other Inuit regions, to the federal government with expressed amendments and also concerns about C5.
Right, a way to bake those.
We got one participant in.
Actual legislation's being passed. Because as a final point, Nintendo, the Crown Indigenous Relations Minister, Rebecca Alty, she testified today at the committee that's looking at this. And she said, let me start by being crystal clear. Major projects will only proceed under this act with meaningful consultations with Indigenous right holders whose rights may be affected.
Is anyone else customizing, or should I just end the raffle?
Respected, but there is still this gap in trust. So what do you need to see from Mark Carney and his government to ease your concerns here?
Inuit have asked for the ability to come and give our positions about Bill C5 to the House of Commons standing committees, to the Senate. That is not going to happen if it proceeds in the way in which the government hopes. In the end, there are very clear concerns with this piece of legislation that go against the minister's assertion that everything will be fine. We do not want to be compromised by this legislation with the negotiated treaties, Canadian law, and upwards to 50.
Oh, they made you old!
That we thought we had constitutionally protected agreements that would demand that the state, that Canada, would work with the honor of the Crown with us on things like natural resource development. We are ready partners, but we cannot be taken advantage of.
Okay, I just have that. Why appearing at a committee studying legislation seems like the bare minimum to me? You know what I mean? For you, for Chief Woodhouse, for the Métis leadership. I mean, why is that not happening? What was the answer you were given?
I haven't been given a clear answer. My understanding
what you wanna hear.
from the Prime Minister and his public statements is that this is an urgent moment within the country. I'm not quite sure what level of urgency that we're in. I think back to the COVID era occupation here in Ottawa and the invocation of the Emergencies Act, which had months and months, years of deliberation about the use. I think back to in the wake of September 11th in 2001 and the overreach in different ways that our society paid for exceptional circumstances. I'm not sure that it has been crystal clear about why this needs to pass within 7 days. Where is this threat that demonstrates that we need to give up our existing rights to meet it?
Making some good points, Natad.
Always appreciate the time. It's Natad Over, the president of the Captain Canada. Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Great to see you too.
So the Conservatives actually voted with the Liberals to speed up the major projects bill, but the other opposition parties are decrying the move, and so is one Liberal MP.
We are rushing legislation through Parliament under the auspices of an urgent threat, but we aren't willing to put Parliament to work for what, an additional week to get things right? If passed as it is, Bill C-5 is a dangerous precedent that will enable Conservatives to gut environmental protections when they are in power next.
This is abhorrent. This is unprecedented. We need to ensure that governments have proper oversight.
I've never seen a bill like this, and I've never seen a process to push it through so quickly. They call it the big, beautiful bulldozer bill.
Okay, we're going to start there at the power panel. Supriya Dwivedi was an advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Tim Powers is a former strategist for Conservative parties.
Hell yeah,
Whiteness
Tim.
is a former NDP strategist, and Sherelle Evelyn is the managing editor of the Hill Times. Sherelle, how this Parliament has changed, since last year. The pushback from inside the Liberal caucus is not, don't do this. It's like, take an extra week, take an extra 2 weeks to make sure we're doing this right. But they seem intent on just let's go. What kind of a problem could this be, do you think, for the government?
Well, they're flirting with that, the maxim of haste makes waste, right? So you do this and everything gets done very quickly because, as the Prime Minister says, keeps saying he has a mandate from the Canadian people to move quickly, to transform things, to get things done, to fight the threat coming from across the border. But by moving that quickly, you open the door for things to get missed.
The boss lady.
People are being very clear about the potential pitfalls here, and that is that this could all get held up in court because the adequate consultations in forming, writing, and preparing the legislation haven't been
It's a great speech by Nate.
If government moves slow, it sometimes twists down.
And it's always one of those things where it's always going to have more impact because it is coming from within the party.
When you remove those checks and balances, that's where people worry. And the people who are most likely to be hurt by the government moving slowly are also most likely to be hurt by the government moving too quickly.
Yeah, and Supriya, it's interesting. People like Nate Erskine-Smith, saying in the House of Commons, if Stephen Harper was doing this, if the Conservatives are doing this, Liberals would be losing their mind. And
I haven't heard any Liberals with a good response to that. Like, would you vote for this if this was a Conservative bill?
It is going faster.
And most of them are just like, well, it's our bill.
I just wonder what you think.
It's like, that's
the social license for what
not what I asked.
Trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, right? Because in my circles, I've sort of been really focused on Bill C-2.
Yeah, no, I've been saying it. Like, the line of the night, or the line of the election was, I guess, it was just more,
no other reason than to seemingly appease Donald Trump. So the Bill
paraphrased by
under the radar for me.
Bob Fife from polling, but voters basically liked the Conservatives' ideas. They just thought Pierre was kind of a dick. And Carney's like, bet, I can help you with that. I can do Conservative ideas, but be like,
in unison,
aw, shucks about it.
That it was, way too power grabby. I think legal experts and eggheads, constitutional experts will figure out the likelihood of a constitutional challenge here. The most wearing aspect of legislation for me is the potential trampling of Section 35 rights, right? The duty to consult First Nations under the Constitution. But even if that survives a legal challenge, like putting that aside, you're still wasting and torching a lot of goodwill and political capital with your progressive flank for no real seemingly good reason right now. And I can appreciate what Minister LeBlanc said that you played right off the top. But the thing is, most of the Carney team would have campaigned on during the campaign is the
have it on some pretty good sources that it is not Nate behind it.
getting rid of trade barriers, right? I don't know that had they actively campaigned on we're going to do away with laws and you'll have cabinet on the whims of cabinet will be decided of these individual projects. I don't know if
Oh yeah, I didn't
that
see
would have
who's
played out for them in the same
who wrote
way,
that. Sorry, RSJ.
that it did. So the only other last thing I would say here is that in Quebec,
It's
Charter,
Legion.
which is a quasi-constitutional document, it guarantees a right to live in a healthy environment that respects biodiversity. So if we're talking about ramming through projects that interfere with that right for Quebecers, I would imagine the Carney government will have 43 headaches to deal with from their Quebec MPs.
Right. Well, Jordan, in the actual text of the legislation, it does say the minister, who is, because there's going to be kind of a super minister in charge of overseeing this, must consult with any other federal minister and any provincial or territorial government that the minister considers appropriate.
That the minister considers appropriate.
Recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution. Now, the word must there has a significant meaning in legislation and a law. Like
TLDR on which? On just this bill and all the issues with it? So basically, it's the big, bold, beautiful C5 Building Canada bill. One half of it is to try and get rid of all federal sort of regulations that stand in the way of the new leafs. Oh, okay. I'll let RSJ do that.
Consultation. It's there.
But
why
basically, Bonnie Crombie lost to Doug Ford in the last provincial election. Lost her seat. Spent a ton of money. They didn't do very well. And now there's people who are trying to do a leadership review. And say, like, if she doesn't get, I think it was like 3/4 of the vote in the next convention, that she should step aside.
That is not enough to ease.
Yeah, get rid of the Leafs.
It says flat out in the plain letter of the law, you have to do it.
Well, for a couple of reasons. Because there hasn't been broad and deep consultation about this legislation itself. To start with, we saw a number of Indigenous groups, including the Ontario Chiefs, out this week protesting and talking about the fact that they have not had an opportunity, for example, at committee to speak about their concerns with this legislation. You've had the Grand Chief of the AFN out talking about concerns and about the fact that this is going to likely lead to litigation and protest. So I think that the idea that you can consult after the fact is something that has been proven.
I mean, she could.
And also doesn't.
I think they're trying to find her one, but they would have to have a.
Previous government.
I don't think Doug Ford is in a hurry to hold another by-election for her.
What is being done with C5, and I think. The argument that the Liberals ran on this and so they have some sort of a carte blanche to pass this legislation in 2 weeks is incredibly disingenuous, and that's a polite word. They have absolutely got space to move faster on projects, but I haven't heard any parliamentarians say that they think that our current approval process is perfect as is. Everybody is open to speeding that up and removing unnecessary duplication. But what people have concerns about is the idea that legislation that's so sweeping and that would concentrate such broad powers in the hands of one minister is being rammed through in 2 weeks. And I think that this is such an interesting example also of the challenges of the makeup of this new parliament. So when you have the NDP with such diminished numbers, and you have the Conservatives now in a position where they're not only cheering on this legislation, they've actually aided the government in closing down debate on it to ram it through faster. And to the question of what's happening with the Liberals' progressive flank, well, nothing. Like, the government is making no outreach to those voters, those NDP voters who supported the Liberals. And I think it does leave them vulnerable on that.
Well, Tim, I think it is fair to say they campaigned on the idea of speeding up projects, but the level of detail in that campaign promise is not what we're seeing. It doesn't match what's in the legislation, right? I mean, this is what truly matters right now.
Well, a couple of other elements to it. I mean, I think the Prime Minister feels there is, perhaps outside of many Indigenous communities and ENGO communities, a broad public will for this. Sure. And he's trying to ride that as far as he can. I think, though, you do have to pay attention, whether it's Chief Fiddler or Chief Woodhouse at the AFN, They're giving you a couple of.
I am going to die.
Duty to consult,
Damn it.
which I don't think
I jinxed
is
myself.
overlooked in the legislation. They want that spelled out a little bit more. That's fair game. Also, I saw Doug Ford say a version of this, and he got it all wrong in my view when he talked about, oh, well, they want money, they want this, they want that, and I'm mixing up the
No.
phrase.
We have that clip.
Okay.
So just let me just stop you there for 1 second. I just want to play this
Okay, go ahead.
because it's good for the audience to see it. Because look,
Yeah,
this is
let's
about
play it
Bill 5.
again.
This is about Bill 5 in Ontario, but Doug Ford was asked about the Indigenous pushback, and here's what he had to say today. Just have a listen to this, and we'll go back to Tim.
You can't just keep coming hat in hand all the time to the government. You got to be able to take care of yourselves. And when you literally have gold mines, nickel mines, every type of critical mineral that the world wants, and you're saying, no, I don't want to touch that. By the way, give me money. Not going to happen. It's simple. It will help them develop the mines and become very prosperous in their communities.
The Premier's comments portray a gross ignorance of what's actually happening in the business community, as Supriya likely knows, and others who have watched this. I mean, look, any business worth its salt is doing something called an IBA. You and I have seen these in Newfoundland in years for years, Impact and Benefits Agreement. I think if you listen to Chief Fiddler, if you listen to Chief Woodhouse, what they're saying is, look, we're not necessarily opposed to the projects, but we want to make sure we have a version of an IBA that's in play for us as these things move forward, and there's some reasonable judgment applied. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if the government says, all right, another week of study isn't merited, because the last thing this government wants to do, or
Another follower raffle. If you want to create a follower.
A summer of discontent that spirals into something more.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're going to create a follower, and I will wait.
Yeah, I mean, Sherelle, look, those comments by Doug Ford, that he is not speaking for the federal government, he's not speaking about C5, but in this climate, that's all going to kind of get bundled together, right? Of the Prime Minister and the Premiers wanting to move fast, and I just don't see how that kind of framing is helpful to anybody.
Yeah, because it's not. No, that's kind of gross, but and every time that we come across these projects, and it's happening, it's not just Ontario, it's not just the federal government, it's
got a
British
real
Columbia,
raffle going.
with that NDP premier, he was running into some of the same.
But David Eby would never say something like that.
Oh no, he wouldn't say you wouldn't say that. But he also has legislation that people were very unhappy with, that was done with the same framing of, we need to move these projects, we need to get this done, and it was Indigenous groups, it was business groups as well saying this is not the right way to go about doing this. And because it's not in the certain things aren't in the letter of the law and they're being left to regulations, that's
Who's
where
still
people have a lot of
customizing
concerns. And as Jordan said, the consultation isn't being
One's
done,
in chat.
Beforehand in a comprehensive manner. Chief Woodhouse Nipinak with the AFN, she sent a letter to the Prime Minister.
Fargo, are you still customizing?
Hey, by the way, just
there we go.
reaching out to us
That's 2.
as the AFN is not consultation.
Rogan, you win.
For doing a comprehensive consultation, you actually we have to go back to everybody in our group, and you have to do, your work. So so what it means to consult, that's not in the legislation.
No, look, Netan Obed from the Inuit Teperi Kenatami is going to be in the studio in about 10 minutes or so to talk about the concerns the Inuit have about this. But Supriya, I don't know what they're going to do with C5. Like Cody Blois was here off the top of the show, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister. They're intent on going ahead with it. They say they're doing it with good intentions, good faith, and all of the things you would expect them to say. But it's going to move fast, and faster than even some of the people in the caucus are. When you look at the speed they're going, which seems to have been the trigger point for a lot of the anxiety that's out there, given historical context, when you layer what Doug Ford said today on top of the moment, there's potential here for this to go really sideways pretty quickly, it seems.
Yeah, I think I had mentioned on this show a few weeks ago when I was on that Liberals federally were going to find themselves in a bit of a weird pretzel twisting situation when they were going to have to defend this bill, but also want to attack Doug Ford for his own bill, when they were essentially, similar in nature of the spirit of the bill going forward. I think that perhaps the most jarring aspect of all of this is the Liberal line of, while our intentions are good. And I don't impugn those motives. I'm sure they are good. And Prime Minister Carney did in fact campaign on, getting projects out the door faster because of what's happening with the United States. However, to your initial point, off the top, playing that Nate clip, if this were to fall in the hands of a conservative government, what's the point of any environmental laws at all? What's the point of a tanker ban? What's the point of anything if you can have a minister just go, we don't want to follow it anymore?
Yeah, Jordan, give you the last word on this and switch to our last topic.
Yeah, look, I think there's good reason for this legislation to have a lot more scrutiny. And I think if the government were wise, they would look at splitting the legislation and taking the internal trade barriers piece out, passing that quickly, and sitting into the summer to study the piece of legislation related to major projects. In addition to all the concerns around Indigenous consultation, which are huge and very real, there's also concern about how this is set up. It's placing a lot of power in the hands of one minister. This is an invitation to political interference. This is an invitation to have all sorts of other arbitrary factors come into the decision-making that could actually lead to more uncertainty for investment.
Tim, just a quick thought on that. Do you see the sort of the powers being given to the minister as sort of like deciding powers or more as convening powers? You know, like as the main point of contact and the pushing it through the system? Because it seems to me the Prime Minister is still going to have the decision.
Yeah, I think they're convening powers, and they're important powers to convene. They could turn into deciding based on how you convene it all.
Yeah, that's just it, right?
But look, I think the public appetite is still there for it. For the legislation, will it still be there if suddenly many Indigenous groups and others take a forceful posture and say, no, we're not. It's not on for us, and you need to understand that. We'll see, I guess.
You are sick, you must bed rest. Right. It's 11 o'clock. Is this still still going?
So you're
Oh my god, they are still.
Block 9. Perfect, thank you.
NDP 22.
NDP 22. Questions and comments? Any clarifications?
Raise your hands, please.
It might actually go all the way to midnight.
NDP 22 does not carry.
Oof.
Là, on se trouve avec bloc 10,
Now
Monsieur.
we are on to block 10, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Block 10
Let's go.
makes it impossible for the minister to modify the project. If there are modifications to a national interest project, he won't be able to do it. You will only be possible if these modifications do not change the nature of the project. If they're minor cosmetic changes, there's no problem. However, if they are substantive changes, then this will be not possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Any questions or comments or clarifications?
Bloc 10. Levez vos mains, s'il vous plaît, si vous êtes en faveur.
Please raise your hands. Those who are against. Block 10 is defeated. And Block 11. Before I give you the floor, Block 11 introduces a new concept that is also found in BQ 12 and 17. If BQ 11 is carried, CPC 3 cannot be moved because of a line conflict. Mr. Barcel-Duval, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. BQ 11 means that if the House of Commons considers that a national interest project is no longer of national interest, it can be withdrawn. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Any questions, comments, or clarifications? I do not see any.
Levez vos mains, s'il vous plaît.
If you're in favor, please raise your hand. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. Block 11 is defeated.
What a shocker. So they defeated an amendment that would have stopped the minister from making changes to the project once it's approved, as in the national interest.
Block 17, Block 18, Block 19, Block 20, and PV8 cannot be debated due to a line conflict.
Also, the vote on CPC 3 applies to CPC 15 as they are consequential. So I'll turn the floor over to you, Ms. Stubbs, or you, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. In conservative efforts to help improve this bill for certainty, transparency, clarity for all Canadians, proponents, and provinces and territories, this is another measure to attempt to give certainty on criteria and, or in addition to trying to give certainty on criteria and timelines, we think it's pretty obvious that in order to give certainty for proponents, we must remove the power for the ability to eliminate projects from the national list after they've already been deemed such. That would clearly create uncertainty for investors all the way through the process. So that is the purpose of this amendment, to remove the minister's power to unilaterally delete projects from the national interest list.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Any other questions,
I
comments, clarifications?
somehow have a feeling that one's not going to pass either.
Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 3? All those opposed? CPC 3 does not carry.
Shocker.
We'll now go to CPC 4. Yes, Mr. Kellaway.
So just
Actually, we need to get somebody move it and then...
By all means.
So, Mr. Lawrence or Ms. Stubbs? CPC 4.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like Mr. Galloway already knows what he's going to say. But in addition, as Conservatives, to helping to improve this bill with our ultimate goal of seeing decisions being made in the right way to get things built, we want to ensure that the emphasis is on encouraging private sector investment, not saddling taxpayers with big major projects. So this amendment ensures that fiscal responsibility is a key factor in designating national interest projects by requiring consideration of private sector or public-private funding, and it helps protect taxpayers by prioritizing projects with reduced financial burden on the public purse.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Yes, Mr. Kellaway.
This will be on a point of order, but we think that this is out of scope. This is legislation about accelerating the regulatory approvals for major projects, and nothing else in the legislation addresses the financing of projects. So would we be seeking it to be out of order? And that would be the primary objective of the point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Albus.
We all the mats.
Simply, Mr. Chair, I think if you let her move it without informing her that it was out of order, then I think it is in order.
What? If you just don't say it's out of order, it's not out of order.
From the clerks, legislative clerks, who have said it's out of order, so therefore we will go to a vote on it. I'm going to go to a vote on CPC 4 if there's no other questions, comments, clarifications. Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 4? All those opposed? CPC 4 does not carry. PV 5, and before I turn it over to Ms. May, who's joining us by video conference, I want to know that
Elizabeth May is here.
is adopted. NDP 23, NDP 24, PV 6, Block 12, Block 13, and Block 14 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Also, PV 5 introduces a concept that is also referenced in PV 8. And with that, Ms. May, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a critical amendment, and as I think all members of Parliament are aware, there's been extensive criticism of the claims that government has made that the various factors that are referenced in the first reading version of this bill are referenced often in press releases as if they would be requirements under the Act, as opposed to what they are as factors that might be considered and might not be considered. What this amendment does is expand those factors to be more meaningful, for instance, including explicitly free prior informed consent.
Love how she's doing this just outside in her, like, backyard.
And to be consistent with UNDRIP, it expands some of the other considerations that are currently listed as factors that may or may not be considered, and instead create an actual enforceable set of provisions that the Governor and Council may only make an order in respect of a project after considering the results of the governmental, Indigenous, and public consultations required under subsection 7, and only if the Governor and Council determines that carrying out the project will and then the list of factors, as I mentioned, rather than read them all out again, you have the amendment before you. This will give the bill a legal framework that is reviewable, that will hold the cabinet to the same standard, so that as you know, the bill has been widely critiqued as creating unprecedented levels of purely political discretion in deciding what project is a project in the national interest and what isn't. This is an essential amendment to ensure that C5 doesn't go down in history as the bill that for the first time ever created an unfettered discretion in cabinet to do things that have never been contemplated by any previous government. So it's quite critical. It will go a long way towards public acceptance of the bill. Again, the purposes of the bill are
Feeling this one might not pass either.
Support across Canada, but the notions of expanded political discretion and increased power in the hands of PMO and cabinet has attracted widespread concern, and it's my hope to assist C5's passage in a way that builds public support as opposed to increased, well, I have to say, outrage. This bill needs this amendment, and I urge you, I beg all of you to consider how much more good we can do here as parliamentarians by amending the bill with Parti Vert 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. Any other questions, comments?
He might be back. You never know.
Seeing none, we will go to a vote on PV 5. All those in favor? All those opposed? PV 5 does not carry.
Shocker. Absolutely blown away.
We'll now go to Bloc 12. Bloc 12.
Yeah, there wasn't really a lot of fanfare with him leaving. He was just sort of wasn't there anymore.
PV5 is adopted. So, Mr. Barcelo-Duval, we are inviting the government to respect the Constitution and the jurisdiction of provinces. That's it. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Block 12. All those against? Block 12 is defeated.
Ooh, 3 times as much fervor.
Block 13.
Block 13. And before I give you the floor, if this one is adopted, Block 14 and NDP
Fargo.
3 cannot be proposed.
You can get your follower next.
Conflict. Mr. Barcelo-Duval. Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, Block 13 adds that we should not only take into account the interests of Indigenous rights, but
He went back to Norway? I did not know that.
Other questions, comments, clarifications? If you're in favor, raise your hand. If you are against, Bloc
14, Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Bloc 14, Mr. Barcelo-Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me. I will invite you to vote right away on this amendment. Questions, comments, clarifications?
Where'd my demon go?
If you are in favor, please raise your hand. If you're against, Block 14 is defeated.
NDP 23, colleagues. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 23? All those against? NDP 23 is defeated. Shall NDP 24 carry, colleagues?
Probably not.
All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 24 is rejected.
The fuck was that?
PV6, and once again, oh no, cannot be defeated. PV adopted. Okay. Ms. May, would you like to speak to PV6?
Yes, it's a very minor amendment, Mr. Chair. I'm very more discouraged after the last few votes on more substantive amendments, but this would improve things somewhat. It's asking in the consideration of factors simply to add to the existing line in the legislation around climate change to add biodiversity and climate change, and then that's the explanation for partie vertis, and obviously I think the reasons for it don't need to be further explained. Canada has taken international commitments in relation to climate change and biodiversity, and there's no reference to biodiversity in the existing.
No, these are good. Like, these are good amendments. I'm not trying to. These would be good to add. Both of these would have been good to add.
Questions, comments, clarifications? Seeing none. All those in favor of PV6? All those opposed? PV6 does not carry.
Wouldn't even add biodiversity to the language.
I would like to withdraw. Okay, it is withdrawn. Block 16. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is to.
I mean, they're playing their role for one.
The rights of the provinces and territories. Other questions, comments? No. People who are in favor of block 16, please raise your hands. Against? Block 16 is defeated.
Because there were like even just a few years ago, where people were like, "Oh, what is even the point of the Green Party? The Liberals are so environmental that why do we even need a separate party?" And it's like, well, I guess we now know.
And I think I'm just sorry, I'm having trouble share with the video so you can see me as well. Not that that's necessary. You can hear me. I'm here, and partie vert set.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are you gonna say anything?
I'm just going through my notes to find
Oh,
partie vert.
that's like she heard me.
Encore, pardonnez-moi.
Oof.
Again, another attempt to improve the way in which the bill has been drafted and add conditions that we believe will improve C5 overall. To the specifics of it, I'm afraid I'm deep in the amendments package, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, that I've opened up the package at the wrong tab, but I will find it in a moment just to make sure I give the best possible explanation of why I brought forward partie vert set for people who are watching and wondering if I don't know my own amendments. They get numbered after I send them.
Oh my God!
Yeah, so again,
Chair, perhaps we could suspend for a moment while Ms. May collects her notes and have a moment to discuss.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
You just want to add...
Ms. May, I'm actually going to see if we can skip forward, if that's what we're allowed to do as far as the regulate. Colleagues, do we have unanimous consent to move on until such time as Ms. May indicates that she's ready?
Come to it when she gives you a thumbs up.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. May. You just let us know when you're ready to go.
Yeah.
I have unanimous consent.
Oh my God.
And come back after the next amendments have been debated. Be right back to you. Thank you.
Moment to suspend.
Yes.
Just to go over some things here.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to suspend for 2 minutes, and it'll give Ms. May a chance to compile her thoughts.
What is happening? Guys, you've already been here for like 5 hours. Gotcha. Yeah, I was really surprised that he didn't win. Go to jail. You will not. Who dares curse my followers? How dare you, Twitch chat? Oh.
And colleagues, I would like to turn the floor now over to Miss May to speak to PV7. Miss May, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and I now understand, of course, why the extent of my confusion
Just
was.
get to it.
And I apologize for that, and thank you for your indulgence. Party that provides a definition to a term that was needed had one of my earlier amendments, PV5, carried. So I wasn't really, I sort of pulled it out of my pile when
Just read your amendment.
The earlier amendment didn't carry because a Parti Vert provides a definition for the term clean growth for the criteria that I had hoped would be added by my amendment number 5. So at this point, I think, checking with the clerk, I'm not allowed as a non-member of the committee whose motions and amendments are deemed to have been moved by others. I don't think I'm allowed to.
You're gonna need to build another prison.
But it no longer would make sense because my earlier amendment was defeated. So we'd be providing a definition for a term that's currently not used. If somebody wants to add the term clean growth to the bill, I think the definition that I had prepared for Parti Vert that would be a good definition, but the term clean growth doesn't currently appear in the bill. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe nuclear power is clean energy. So.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Albus.
Just thought I'd let you know.
And thank you, Miss May.
I'll let Dan know that we might disagree on that, Dan, but that will surprise you down to your toes. But yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss May. So any questions, comments, concerns? If none, we'll go to a vote on PV7. All those in favor? All those opposed? PV7 does not carry. Colleagues, we're making great progress. Want to keep this pace up? Yes? Okay. NDP 25, colleagues. Questions, comments, clarifications?
Oh, hell yeah. You were doing actual farming watching this, listening to the stream. That's sick.
25. All those opposed? NDP 25 does not carry. CPC 5. Mr. Lawrence is very excited. I'll turn the floor over to you, sir. Or Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you to my colleagues. So, in order again to, on behalf of all Canadians,
Give me
help
your money.
approve, Bill C5, of course, there have been many concerns and very good reason to be worried about a bill that may provide exemptions to the Conflicts of Interest Act and screens, especially in this case with so many decisions being made behind closed doors, with so much of the criteria and details going to be determined through policy and regulation after the fact. It's obviously imperative for this legislation to ensure screens for conflicts of interest and to ensure that Canadians can trust this process.
That your temple that will immediately build all structures currently under construction. Or ritual at your temple that will temporarily increase devotion generation by your
integrity by requiring that project proponents and public officials involved in decision making are free from conflicts
Definitely
of
getting that
interest,
one.
and obviously protects the public trust by preventing politically connected or ethically compromised individuals from influencing national interest designations. So we as Conservatives believe very strongly that the application of the Conflicts of Interest Act should be embedded into C5 to screen for politically connected and politically determined decision making.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Any questions?
Feeling that one's not going to pass either.
Thanks, Mr.
Just going out on a limb here.
Just a point of clarification to MP May. That used to be my riding, but it's no longer my riding, but I will talk to the MP in question with respect to cell coverage. We're going to be opposed to this. The project proponents are not public office holders, Mr. Chair, and if a proponent...
These motherfuckers are letting each other out of the prison.
would have already been subject, so we think it's redundant, but that's why the rationale will be opposing it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kellaway. Yes, Ms. Stubbs.
Well, of course, the amendment, though, says every reporting public office holder, as defined in Section 2 of that Act, who could be in a conflict of interest in relation to the proponent of the project, has recused themselves under the Act to avoid the conflict. So it's not just about proponents, I take the member's point on that, but it is actually quite deliberately to screen for public officials
Where's the
and
other dude who's
political
dissenting?
decision makers, especially given that that's going to be the Prime Minister and Cabinet. We believe that the Conflicts of Interest Act to importantly screen for political connections.
Oh, there he
and
is.
politically motivated and determined decision making is imperative for Canadians to have confidence in this bill, and therefore to ensure that we can all reach our what I trust is our mutual goal, that big projects can.
All right, Fargo, your turn to create a character.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Mr. Kellaway.
I'm wondering if the Conservatives would be open to a friendly amendment on this one.
Oh.
Sit right there.
What? I'll just suspend for 1 minute or so, just to give them time to confer. The meeting is suspended.
It's not letting you. Oh, wait, I think you already have one, Fargo. I think that's why.
Back to order.
Sorry.
Sorry, with respect, we just have 36 minutes, so let's just call the vote there, Mr. Chair.
What was that?
Did you want to ask a question?
Yes.
They actually had to go to a vote.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just in terms of the terminology private proponents, we're just looking at, can you unpack that for us? in terms of
It says the
definition.
proponent of the project, or any director, officer, or significant shareholder of the proponent. And then also the second part deals with public office holders. And I dearly hope I don't need to explain that to the members of this committee, and I'm sure.
No, I got a pretty good idea who public office holders are. So.
Yeah, you're one of them.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that, Dan.
You're one of them, and so we want to make sure
I appreciate-
Canadians can trust the integrity of Bill C-5 and that their Conflict of Interest Act applies and their screening for politically motivated and connected decisions.
He wants me to